Hey guys, Dr. J here. Today we're diving into another massive gameplay mod for Dark Souls Remastered. This one's called Prepare to Die Again. Like with my previous Daughters of Ash walkthrough, I'm going to assume you're already familiar with the base game, and I'll mostly be focusing on what's different in the mod. There are quite a few changes, though not as many as in Daughters of Ash. Alright, without further ado, let's jump into character creation. As usual, I'm naming him DRJ. The gender is male, and now we'll pick a class. The mod didn't change the classes too much, but there are a few tweaks. Ideally, I'd go with Pyromancer, and I will at some point, but the only way to get the master key in this mod is by choosing the Thief class. Unlike Daughters of Ash, the master key here has unlimited uses, so there's really no reason not to grab it. For the starting gift, I picked the Black Fire Bombs, just so I could take out the Asylum Demon on the first encounter. I was curious if the bonus item had been changed from the demon's Great Hammer to something else. And honestly, none of the other starting gifts are all that useful. Alright, character creation's done, time to jump into the game. The cinematics haven't been altered, so I'm skipping those. Before doing anything else, I checked my inventory and found this interesting item called the Contract of Kaisa. It's essentially a challenge mode item. It cuts your health to 50%, slows stamina regen, increases damage taken, reduces damage dealt, and ramps up weapon degradation. But on the plus side, you earn 20% more souls. So it's not all bad. I'd also heard there was a reward for finishing the whole game with the contract active, but I didn't know that for sure at this point. Anyway, even if you start the challenge and find it too rough, you can break the contract. Using the contract gives you an item called the Tear of Kaisa, and with it, you can cancel the challenge. Since there was nothing else new here, I started my run through the asylum, and right outside my cell, I found a couple new items. The first was the Pulsating Eye of Death, which is a multiplayer item, and the second one was the Leather Pouch, which just tracks your death count throughout the game. I also saw that the Stray Demon was still present. Up to the first bonfire, nothing else seemed to be changed. Same goes for the Asylum Demon's boss arena. When he dropped down, I started tossing black fire bombs at him. I messed up a dodge roll, but he wasn't doing much damage anyway. After throwing 4 bombs, I tried finishing him off with just the broken straight sword, but it was taking forever, so I caved and threw a 5th bomb. Sadly, he still just dropped the demon's Great Hammer, nothing new. But hey, I didn't mind. After the fight, I reached the second bonfire and continued exploring the asylum. I picked up the target shield from its usual spot, equipped it of course, and shortly after that, I grabbed the bandit's knife. It was nice having a quick hitting weapon to deal with enemies. I noticed there are more enemies in this area than usual, which becomes a pattern throughout the mod. After that, I triggered the boulder trap and cleared out the nearby hollow to grab this new item. Turned out it was just some fire bombs. Next up was Oscar, but when I reached him, he actually looked a bit healthier than normal. His dialogue was unchanged though. He still gave me the Estus flask and both keys. One difference though, he didn't die after I left him. Anyways, I kept moving through the asylum, taking out hollows. Like I said, there are more of them now than in the base game. When I got to the Perry tutorial room, I found that the door was still locked. I was hoping this would still be where the rusted iron ring is located, but I couldn't do anything about it yet. so I left the asylum. Only item I found on the way out was a few Lloyd's talismans. Once I arrived at Firelink Shrine, I leveled up a bit. Like I mentioned earlier, I planned on doing a pyromancy run, but it would take a while to get there, so I was focusing on a dex build for now. After a quick chat with the crestfallen warrior, I did my usual loop around Firelink Shrine to grab the easy-to-reach items. I also reversed my hollowing. Later, I came across a sarcophagus in Firelink Shrine that caught my attention. I wasn't sure what it did, so I just made a mental note to check back on it later. Continuing my exploration, I found the Mail Breaker, and after speaking to Petrus, he handed me some cracked red-eye orbs. I checked his shop, but nothing really stood out. Though I did find a soul of a lost undead right next to him. Moving on, I found a chest at the top of the stairs near the elevator. It had a morning star and a talisman inside. There was another item up here too, but I wouldn't be able to reach it until the elevator was back online. Speaking of that, when I dropped down the elevator shaft, I found a Caduceus round shield and a goat pine resin in a chest, which actually worried me a bit. That's a really strong item to get this early in the game. I also found some homeward bones in another chest nearby. Next, I scouted the catacombs entrance, where I picked up a large soul of a lost undead and a new item, a deformed bronze coin. I knew it had something to do with the fast travel system in this mod, but I didn't yet know exactly how it worked. I also noticed way more skeletons here than usual, and I actually almost died a couple of times. Anyway, I also found a Titanite shard here, and finally another large soul of a lost undead. There was also a hollow soldier at the top of these stairs for some reason, but he was pretty easy to take out. Over near Framtspool, I found yet another large soul of a lost undead, and just outside the pool, there was a chest containing a wooden shield. The last item I found in Firelink Shrine was a stack of black fire bombs. Since there was nothing else to grab in Firelink Shrine, I decided to head down to New Londo Ruins. But I ran into another hollow soldier guarding the elevator. Once I reached New Londo Ruins, I found a few torch-wielding hollows. They're not too hard to kill, but at this level, their numbers can still be dangerous. I went up to check if the Master Key still opened the door to the Valley of Drakes, and it did. But I held off going there for now, since I still had some things left to do in New Londo Ruins. Rickert of Windheim was the same as always. He's now selling pale pine resin, which could be somewhat useful. It's not like it costs much. Anyway, I headed towards the New Londo entrance and picked up a Twin Humanities before dealing with a bunch of torch hollows. After clearing them out, I found some transient curses inside this jar here, then ran across the wooden bridge and fought more torch hollows. After that, I saw that the ghosts were still here, though there seemed to be more of them than usual. There were only 2 items I wanted from this area. The first turned out to be this oil stick, and the second was another pair of transient curses. And with that, I was done with the New Londo Ruins for now. So I moved on to the Valley of Drakes. I immediately spotted a new item, which was a green blossom. Before heading towards the items guarded by the undead dragon, I decided to check out the oil stick. Apparently, it can be lit somehow, and doing so adds fire damage to your attacks. As for the items guarded by the undead dragon, they were a deformed bronze coin, a rare ring of sacrifice, and the dragon crest shield. After escaping his grasp, I found the brigand armor set and the battle axe, and then continued toward where the red tearstone ring used to be. The stone bridge leading to it was much more heavily guarded than in the base game, but I eventually made it past the drakes and up the ladder. Instead of the red tearstone ring, I found the Eye of Madness. It's a ring that increases the damage I take by 50% and lowers my resistances to status effects by 80%, while increasing the magic damage that my weapons are dealing by 45%. At this point, I still wasn't sure if it was worth equipping. Anyway, next I took the elevator up to the Dark Root Basin area and found that the bonfire inside the cave had been removed. I also wanted to check out what the deformed bronze coin was for. Outside the cave, I picked up a purple moss clump and a stone great shield. A bit further on, I found the leather armor set, a longbow, and some lacerating arrows. Other than that, I noticed the Hydra was still present, but instead of crystal golems, I saw some ants in the distance. Then I went to check if the master key still opened the basement of the tower, and sure enough it did. Havel was no longer down there though, and since there was nothing else I wanted to do here, I headed back to Firelink Shrine. Now it was time to enter the Undead Burg. The hollow soldiers here weren't too tough, although there were definitely more of them than usual. After clearing them out, I picked up the binoculars here, a ring of sacrifice over there, and another deformed bronze coin below the aqueduct. Going up the stairs near the aqueduct entrance, I had to fight another hollow soldier and found another soul of a lost undead. Inside the aqueduct, the giant rat was still around, but this time he was guarding some prism stones. After that, I checked if the shortcut to the lower undead burg was still locked, and it was. When I entered the undead burg, I expected some changes, but at first glance, everything looked the same. After killing the first couple of hollow soldiers, I broke the barrows and got into this side area. There were still some hollows waiting there. Inside the building, I found the S-stock on this corpse, which made me pretty happy. I even started considering a full dexterity build, but it was still early, so I had plenty of time to think it over. Either way, the S-stock would be a huge help. Moving on, I climbed a ladder and found another item. This time it was a soul of a proud knight. A bit later, I got ambushed by a hollow soldier, and up ahead, I spotted another one inside the building. There wasn't anything else in there though. After exiting the building, I saw another hollow up on the second floor, tossing firebombs at me. After grabbing a large soul of a lost undead, I went up and took him out. Right next to him were a couple of purple moss clumps. After encountering the red wyvern, the difficulty of the mod noticeably ramped up. There were way more hollow soldiers in this area. It took a while to clear them all out, but to be honest, it wasn't that hard. I also picked up another soul of a proud knight. Afterwards, I opened a door and found a large soul of a lost undead. Then I went to check if the undead merchant was still here, and he wasn't, but there was a hollow soldier and a chest. Down the alley were the same hollows as usual. After taking them out, I climbed the ladder so I could jump across to this building, where I found the residence key. Out on the balcony of the same building, I picked up a light crossbow and some light boats. Then I headed back to where the upper undead Burg bonfire usually is, and yep, it was still there. I decided to put 1 point into dexterity, so I could use the longbow I found earlier, then took out the hollow soldiers that had respawned. When I crossed the bridge, I ran into my first Bowder Knight. At this point, it looked like the mod wasn't changing things drastically, just upping the difficulty by adding more enemies and tougher ones earlier on. Anyway, I entered the next building and found a couple more hollow soldiers inside, and in this room a couple of charcoal pine resin. Past that building, I ran into a few more hollow soldiers, and when I climbed this ladder, I noticed that in addition to the 2 hollows from the base game, there was a crossbowman up here and also an item, another deformed bronze coin. I was definitely starting to collect a few of those. I unlocked this door using the residence key, though I'm guessing the master key would have worked too, and found the undead merchant inside. Honestly, moving him here makes more sense. His inventory was a bit different now. He was selling lightning urns, which are clearly new in this mod, and more interestingly, he was also selling deformed bronze coins. Other than that, nothing too useful, but I spent all of my souls on small arrows, since I was hoping to cut off the Red Wyvern's tail. After saying goodbye, I ran into a few more hollows to deal with. Next, I climbed this tower to take out the crossbowman who'd been shooting at me, but I also found another item. This one was more interesting than I expected. It seemed inspired by the ashes, scrolls or tomes from Dark Souls 3, and I actually liked that addition. Then I headed down to where the first Black Knight used to be, and found a Bowder Knight and a Baronite Knight. Inside the chest guarded by the Bowder Knight, I found 3 goat pine resin, and after a long fight with the Baronite Knight, I picked up the Lucerne, which was kind of disappointing. Anyway, I moved on, killed the hollow soldier nearby, and triggered the flaming barrel trap, then dealt with another hollow soldier, after which I entered the tower and tried the door, hoping the master key would open it, and it did. I decided to go down to the basement, just in case something had changed, and that's where I found Havel. Looks like he was still here, he'd just moved to the upper floor of the tower. I used my go-to method, backstabs. It took a while though. I even tried using charcoal pine resin, but it didn't make a huge difference in damage. Eventually I killed him and got his ring. Its function hadn't changed, but it had been nerfed a bit. Now it only boosted equip load by 20%, but still very useful. After that I went back upstairs, killed a few more hollows, and saw that the crystal lizard was still here. With nothing else left in the area, I headed to start the Taurus demon fight. First, I went up the ladder to kill this crossbowman. After that, I noticed a new NPC halfway along the path to the Taurus demon's tower, so I tried pulling him with my longbow. I was hoping to kill him before fighting the Taurus demon, but that didn't work out. So I changed tactics, went back up the ladder, planning to plunge the Taurus demon and repeat. But the new NPC was blocking my path, and the Taurus demon managed to hit me. And that's when something weird happened. The new NPC started fighting the Taurus demon. I guess he got aggroed when the demon hit him while he was chasing me to the ladder. So I just let them fight it out and finished off the survivor, which unsurprisingly was the Taurus demon. Thanks to that, the fight was super easy, but without that lucky break, it probably would have been a huge pain. Killing the Taurus demon gave me the basement key, so I could have gone straight to Lower Undead Burg, but I was still planning to hit the Undead Parish first. Things at the bridge looked about the same. Before crossing, I checked if Solaire was still there, and he was. The interaction was the same, and he still gave me the white sign soapstone. After that, I went across the bridge. So far, the progression seemed mostly unchanged in the mod. Sure enough, the Red Wyvern showed up and did his usual fire sweep. But now there was a hollow soldier and some lacerating arrows here too. Before heading under the bridge, I opened the shortcut. The underside of the bridge was just like in vanilla. I had a clear view of the Wyvern's tail, but before trying to cut it off, I wanted to check the rat room. Along with the 3 rats, there was now an item here. Unfortunately, the S-Stock was still pretty bad against rats, so I switched to the longbow. This worked much better, and one of the rats dropped a humanity. The item turned out to be the Divine Ember, which was a bit of a surprise. Anyway, I headed back under the bridge and started shooting the Wyvern's tail. It didn't take long to get the Drake Sword. The Drake Sword had been changed quite a bit. Now it's a dexterity weapon with some dex scaling, and it does split physical and fire damage. Overall, a much better weapon than it used to be. Its durability had also been increased. Next, I wanted to bait the dragon to attack, so I could run past it and light the bonfire. That went smoothly, and just like in vanilla, the Red Wyvern flew off after I rested. Since I was already here, I checked the Sunlight Altar and saw that the 25 faith requirement had been removed. Of course, I joined the Warrior of Sunlight Covenant and got the Lightning Spear Miracle, which immediately changed my plans. Now that I had it, I needed to invest in faith and get it to 20, but before that I found another deformed bronze coin inside the well, right next to the bonfire. While the Red Wyvern was gone, I decided to loot the bridge, but the only item I found was a Bowder side sword. That was a little odd, since I could have sworn I saw something else. Anyway, it was time to level Faith to 20, so I could slot the Lightning Spear Miracle. The souls I had were just short, so I used a few itemized souls. Luckily, I had enough and hit 20 Faith. Then I attuned a Lightning Spear. That gave me a lot more confidence heading into the next boss fights. Immediately after going up the stairs towards the parish, I got jumped by a hollow soldier, and then I continued up to the top of the tower, where a Black Knight used to be. Instead, I found the blue Tearstone ring and a Baronite Knight. Killing him with the Lightning Spear Miracle wasn't too hard, but he did manage to hit me once. I guess I underestimated the range on his mace. Moving on, nothing seems different in front of the parish gate, so I climbed the stairs and started clearing out the hollows, which wasn't too tough, though I did take a few hits. After dealing with the crossbowman, I kept getting ambushed by hollow soldiers. I couldn't even tell where they were coming from. Anyway, I picked up some alluring skulls and decided to use them on the armored boar. But another hollow soldier showed up and attacked me. After confirming he was the last one, I tossed an alluring skull into the fire and waited for the boar to walk in. Unfortunately, it didn't stay in the fire long enough to die, so I threw another one. On the plus side, the noise lured out a bunch of hiding hollows and soldiers, so clearing them out was easier. After that, I headed down into the basement to kill a few more hollows. I don't think there were more of them than in vanilla, but I couldn't find the mystery key. It had obviously been moved. Going up the ladder, I saw that there was still an item on top of the beam. Also, around this time, I realized that if a hollow starts their attack, they won't stagger even if you hit them before they finish it. Honestly, that's something I probably should have known already. Anyway, there was nothing else here, so I went through the fog gate and kept exploring. It was here that I ran into my first Black Knight. Fortunately, I still had the Lightning Spear miracle, so taking him down wasn't that hard, though I did get hit once. But that wasn't the surprising part. What actually shocked me was that I couldn't repost the Black Knight. Later, I found out that they couldn't be backstabbed either. He also dropped a unique itemized soul. This is actually tied to a new quest introduced in the mod. Anyway, moving on, I didn't notice any major changes to enemy placements. One minor difference: one of the hollow soldiers had been replaced with a Boulder Knight. I had a bit of trouble dealing with him and the crossbowman supporting him, but I eventually managed to backstab the Boulder Knight. That gave me enough time to kill one of the crossbowmen and clean up the rest. I also found a soul of a lost undead here. Then I went into the parish, not planning to explore fully, but I did want to check if the Baronite Knight was still around, and he was. So I killed him with lightning spears, and then decided to check if the channeler was still here. After that, I planned to head down to Andre and hopefully rest at the bonfire if it was still there. Inside the main hall of the parish, things looked mostly the same. When I reached the altar, I got a prompt to offer the soul I'd just gotten from the Black Knight. Next to the altar, I found a couple of divine blessings. Anyway, back to the altar. It turns out I need 8 of those Black Knight souls to complete the quest. And that's exactly how many Black Knights are in the game. So it will be a while before I finish it. The channeler was also still there. So I used my binoculars and lightning spears to kill him. On the way to Andre's area, I also found another sarcophagus, and I was very relieved to see the bonfire was still there. I could also hear Andre hammering away at his anvil. After boosting my vitality a bit, I decided to pay Siegmeyer a visit. I immediately spotted an item inside Sense Fortress, but it was beyond the closed gate, unfortunately. Siegmeyer didn't have any new dialogue, so I left him and went back down toward Andre. But before talking to him, I wanted to check if the Titanite demon was still there, and he was. Killing him with lightning spears was pretty easy, though it did seem like he had a bit more health than usual. After he died, I picked up the demon Titanite he dropped, as well as a night shield, and then I went back to Andre.
Well, you must be a new arrival. I'm on if you're a...
Nothing seemed different there. I checked Andre's shop, and it looked like he was now selling the Watchtower basement key instead of the Crest of Artorias. I obviously didn't need that, since I already used the master key to open the door, but it made me wonder how I was supposed to get past the Crest of Artorias door now. Anyway, I also wanted to upgrade my S-Stock to +5, since its damage wasn't cutting it anymore. Luckily, I had plenty of Titanite shards already. Just needed to buy a couple more to max it out. Now that the S-Stock was upgraded, I felt confident enough to finish exploring the Undead Parish. The damage from my S-Stock was significantly better. Before heading to the second floor of the parish, I decided to open the front gate, just in case. I didn't notice any new items nearby, but after opening the gate, I spotted something I'd missed. It turned out to be the mystery key. I probably didn't need it, since I had the master key, but I honestly couldn't remember if the master key opened Lothrek's cell. Anyway, first thing I did after re-entering the parish was activate the elevator to Firelink Shrine. Then I moved on to the second floor, where I had to fight a bunch of hollows. It took a bit of time, but it wasn't particularly difficult. After that, I entered a room and ran into another Boulder Knight and a Hollow Soldier. With my S-Stock fully upgraded, one backstab was enough to kill the Boulder Knight. I also grabbed the Partisan from the nearby corpse, and then made my way to Lothrek's cell. There wasn't anything else along the way, but I did find a humanity in its usual spot. Inside the cell area, I found a Boulder Knight guarding Lothrek's cell, and right next to it was the first Firekeeper soul. Lothrek himself was the same as always, so I unlocked his cell and left him. It was time to fight the gargoyles. Fortunately, Solaire's summoning sign was still available, and I summoned him. I expected the gargoyles to be tougher in this mod, but honestly, they were about the same. I wanted to grab the gargoyle tail axe first, of course, but I just kept getting smashed by the gargoyle. I have no idea what was going on with me. It's not like I haven't killed them 100 times before. Anyway, I eventually finished off the first gargoyle, and then the second one showed up. The only real difference was that the second gargoyle had a bit more HP than usual, but overall, the fight was pretty easy. Also, I noticed that while in human form, I was getting 5% more souls, and I got a Sunlight Medal since Solaire survived. After that, I climbed the bell tower and rang the first bell of awakening. Then I went back down and spoke to Oswald. His shop had changed a bit. He was now selling Sunlight Medals, Eyes of Death, and Souvenirs of Reprisal, which means I won't have to farm them for their respective covenants, which is great. Afterwards, I took the elevator back to Firelink Shrine. There was one item I needed to drop off the elevator to reach, but I jumped a bit too early and nearly died. I also noticed another item I hadn't seen before. The one I did know about was a deformed bronze coin, and the second item was a Zweihänder. After picking them up, I took the elevator again to reach the top of the church where Petros is, hoping that's where the asylum second floor west key still was. And yep, it was. I was planning to return to the asylum next, but first I wanted to check on Lothrek. He hadn't appeared the first time I visited, but he showed up after a save and quit. I spoke to him to get the Sunlight Medal he gives you for rescuing him from his cell, and then I killed him using lightning spears. He was surprisingly good at dodging them. He dropped 5 humanities and the Ring of Favor and Protection, which I immediately equipped, of course. After that, I spoke with Anastasia to reinforce my Estus flask, And then I was ready to return to the asylum. It didn't seem like much had changed in this area. There were still a few torch hollows in front of the asylum. After killing them, I planned to take on the stray demon next. First, I had to clear out these other hollows. I was thinking of using lightning spear, then switching to the S-stock with goat pine resin, just like I did in my all achievements walkthrough. But halfway through, I remembered hearing that a bleed weapon works extremely well against the stray demon. So I tried using the bandit's knife, and yeah, it was extremely effective. Even better than a lightning spear. 4 or 5 hits would cause him to bleed, which took out a huge chunk of his health. It didn't take long to kill him. Once he died, I got the usual Titanite slab, humanity and homeward bone. Then I climbed the ladder and decided to visit my old cell. Before reaching it, I found the crest shield in one of the nearby cells. When I entered my cell, instead of the peculiar dough, I got the congregation miracle. It seems to be a new miracle that summons an NPC bodyguard. The NPC varies depending on the area you're in. I also ran into another Black Knight. Even though I couldn't riposte him, I could still parry him, so that's what I did. The damage wasn't great, but at least it was safe. And I killed him eventually. He dropped the Black Knight sword, a red Titanite chunk, and another soul of a scorched knight. As I continued through the asylum, I found another Black Knight. This one I killed using lightning spear, but I'm not sure if it was any better than just parrying. He didn't drop a weapon, but I got another red Titanite chunk and another soul of a scorched knight. There wasn't anything else notable in that part of the asylum, so I went to check if the rusted iron ring was still there. It wasn't. Instead, I found the peculiar dough. That was the last item I found in the asylum, so I returned to Lordran and used the bonfire to check out my new miracle and level up a bit. I raised my faith to 25. That also helps with pyromancies in this mod, since they now scale with both intelligence and faith. The strongest pyromancies require 25 in both. I also boosted my dexterity slightly, since my main weapon was still going to be the S-stock and later the Great Scythe. At this point, I had to choose between two paths, Lower Undead Burg or Darkroot Garden. Both seemed about equal in difficulty, but I chose Lower Undead Burg first, mainly because it's a short area and clearing it unlocks the shortcut to Firelink Shrine. I was also hoping to clear both Darkroot Garden and Darkroot Basin after that, so this route just felt more efficient overall. Unfortunately, getting to Lower Undead Burg meant running through most of the Undead Parish again and across the Red Wyvern's bridge, which took some time. Once I reached the bridge, I tried killing the hollow soldiers quickly, since I was worried the Wyvern might return, and sure enough, he did. Luckily, his fire sweep didn't do much damage, and I made it to the ladder to Lower Undead Burg. At first, the area didn't look too different, except for one hollow soldier. So I went up the stairs and unlocked the shortcut to Upper Undead Burg. Then I moved on to the main area. Along with the dogs, there were some torch hollows, and the Capra demon was actually outside his boss room. I tried to snipe as many enemies as I could with the longbow. I used the longbow on the dogs too, since the S-stock is pretty bad at hitting short enemies. Then I engaged the Capra demon. The fight was strange. After taking some damage, he just ran off. I moved on into the back alley and found Griggs at his usual spot. I opened the door with the residence key, and inside was the usual sorcerer armor set and a sorcerer's catalyst. I checked his dialogue to make sure it hadn't changed, and then left.
I am Griggs Ervin. I am...
In the alley, I found another hollow and the thief armor set, along with the next Black Knight. I tried using the S-Tox running attack, and it worked pretty well. That gave me my 4th Soul of a Scorched Knight. Next, I had to deal with some more Torch Hollows and the Thief Ambush. The S-Tox running attack is great for hitting them behind their doors. I did forget about the third one though, and he caught me by surprise. There were no items in their rooms, so I continued toward the Capra Demon's boss door. There was still a dog in the grassy area. After killing it, I moved on and triggered the Thief Ambush. Thieves are always annoying, so I took some damage before finally taking them down. One of them also dropped a bandit's knife. Next, I headed towards the barrow to see if the item was still there, but got attacked by another dog. The item was a large soul of a lost undead, which was nice. What wasn't nice was that there was no boss fog gate. There was a dog inside the boss room, but the Capra demon was missing. I figured it must be a bug, so I exited and did a safe quit. That didn't make the Capra reappear, though it did respawn the dog. So this time I save quit inside the room, and that booted me outside, which meant the game still considered it the boss room. I decided to check where I'd first seen the Capra demon, and sure enough, he was back. I fought him again, but once more he ran off mid-fight. I stopped attacking when I noticed I wasn't doing damage anymore. When he returned to the boss room, the fog gate reappeared. So I used the usual strategy, stood at the archway and spammed lightning spears. The fight was pretty easy. When his health dropped to 50%, another dog spawned. It didn't do anything, but still. When the Capra demon died, he dropped the key to the depths, a humanity and a homeward bone. I moved toward the entrance to the depths and found another thief. I figured there was one more to my left, like in vanilla, and there was. There was also another thief on the staircase. I opened the door to the depths, but I wasn't planning to explore it yet. Instead, I went up the stairs to open the shortcut to Firelink Shrine. Before I got there though, I ran into another Black Knight. This time I used lightning spears, since it would have been hard to land running S-Tog attacks here. Fortunately, the fight was easy, and I picked up my 5th Soul of a Scorched Knight. The female undead merchant was also in her usual spot.
You still have your senses about you.
The items she was selling weren't too different from her usual inventory, but there were a few additions. After I was done with her, I opened the shortcut to Firelink Shrine. Then I went there and talked to Griggs. I was curious if his inventory had changed. So far, I hadn't noticed any major differences with merchants, and Griggs was no exception. After leaving him, I rested at the bonfire and decided to upgrade my vitality and endurance a bit. Next, I headed towards the elevator to return to the undead parish, but before I reached it, I saw that Petrus's companions had arrived.
Oh, hello. My guests have finally arrived. I will be departing with them shortly.
They didn't say anything different from their usual dialogue.
You might scare her.
You are then we must.
Back in the undead parish, I went straight to Andre and skipped fighting the Hollows. When I entered Darkroot Garden, everything seemed normal, aside from the sarcophagus, of course. The ants were the same as always, so the S-Stock's running attack worked really well against them. The first change I noticed was the addition of these frog rays. They're easy to kill, but since they're so short, I had trouble hitting them with the S-Stock. I also found the Great Axe here. When I reached the crest of Artorias' door, I first checked if the bonfire was still behind the illusory wall, but it was gone. In its place was the wolf ring, so I moved on to the moonlight butterfly area. The usual item here was gone. There were still some ants, but I'm not sure what the point of their ambush was if the item had been removed. Anyway, right after going through the fog gate, I found the Ring of the Evil Eye and then destroyed the enchanted tree blocking the way. Behind it, I saw 2 frog rays instead of the usual one, so I took them out with the longbow to avoid any S-Stock tracking issues. I also found the Chloranty ring just lying out in the open. Moving on, I encountered the second enchanted tree and a tree lizard behind it. Fighting the lizard in that spot was pretty annoying, and I got hit unfortunately. After killing them, I noticed the Stone Knight placement had changed a bit, but the knights themselves were the same as ever. They're still incredibly easy to kill, as long as you stay behind them. Next came the usual frog ray ambush. After killing them all, I found the spider shield. There wasn't much else here besides another Stone Knight, so I climbed what used to be a staircase. That's where I found the relocated bonfire, but the most interesting part was that Oscar was sitting at it.
Well, how long has it been? Glad to see you safe. I am Oscar of Astora. You must be the same as I, in search of the grave of Sir Artorias. But be careful. This forest is the territory of a fierce band of thieves. They assault any and all who seek the graves. What if we were to join forces? How about that? If we work together, we may escape the bandits. One can always do with another pair of eyes. I will have a short rest here. Feel free to go on ahead. I pray for your success. I will have a short rest. Feel free. I pray.
Since his dialogue was fully voiced, I can only assume that this was cut content restored by the mod, which I thought was a great addition. After resting at the bonfire, I returned to the area near the Moonlight Butterfly's tower. It was filled with 3 lizards, ants, and a couple of stone knights, but overall, there weren't many changes compared to vanilla. One of the changes was Astora's straight sword in place of the partisan. Oh, and the stone knights dropped a pair of stone gauntlets. Not that I planned on using them. The only other item I found was the Explorer's Flint, which is another item that expands blacksmith inventories. After clearing the remaining enemies, I entered the Moonlight Butterfly's tower and saw that Beatrice's summon sign was still available, so of course I summoned her. I wasn't sure how the boss fight had been changed, but I assumed it would be more difficult. To be fair, with my Lightning Spear miracle, the fight would have to be much harder to be threatening. Once the fight started, I was a little disappointed. The only added difficulty seemed to be a Stone Knight. which Beatrice completely obliterated. The butterfly itself was still the same old easy boss. The only thing I wasn't sure about was one of its attacks. Either it was always there and I never saw it, or it was added by the mod. Anyway, after she died, I got the soul of a moonlight butterfly and a humanity, then went to the top of the tower. At the top, I found the grass crest shield, the enchanted ember, and the crest of Artorias. First thing I did was equip the grass crest shield, of course. Honestly, I liked that the crest and ember were rewarded for beating the butterfly. I always thought she felt like a pointless boss in the base game. Now that I had the crest of Artorias, I could start exploring the second half of Darkroot Garden, but instead I decided to deal with the Hydra first. I didn't have the rusted iron ring yet, but I planned to use the same strategy that worked well in the Daughters of Ash mod, so I didn't need the ring. On the way to the Hydra, I found some of those giant cat-like creatures that resemble Alvina. They didn't seem hostile, so I ignored them and killed the nearby crystal lizard. Once I got near the Hydra, I first dealt with the ants here. It wasn't too difficult, though it was one of the tougher versions from the second half of Darkroot Garden. Also, the range of the Hydra's water barrage seemed increased. I wasted some time waiting for the ant to approach me, but it got stuck running into one of the giant cats. I didn't want to waste too many arrows, so I gave up. I was hoping the Hydra's water barrage would eventually kill it once the fight started. In case you don't know this strategy, if you stand near this big stone, the Hydra's head slam attack can't pass it. So you can bait the slam, run back slightly, and then land a running attack with the S-stock on one of the heads. Then you can just dip into the water again to bait another slam, and repeat until the Hydra dies. I also found the knight armor set here. Picking it up actually got me hit. Thankfully, I didn't die from that and was able to heal afterward. Eventually, only one of the Hydra's heads remained, and as usual, the angle it slammed from was incredibly awkward, so I had to use the lightning spear miracle to hit it. It took a little time, but I managed to kill it. As a reward, I got a dragon scale, the Dusk Crown Ring, and over 5,000 souls, which was pretty great considering how easy the fight was. After that, I went to check if the ladder was still there, and it was. Next, I wanted to see if Princess Dusk's golden golem would appear, so I went to the cave and did a safe quit, but the golden crystal golem didn't show up, which meant that there must be some other way to access the DLC. Either way, there was nothing more I could do there, so I moved on to the second half of Darkroot Garden. I opened the Crest of Artorias door and was ready to take on the Forest Hunter NPCs. I was curious how they'd been changed, but clearly I underestimated them. They were incredibly tough, especially this first one. His attacks were extremely fast, and he had a ton of health. Maybe I should have gone for parries instead of trying to backstab him, but I just kept trying to get behind him. Eventually he went down, though I had to use a couple of Estus Flask charges. Still, he was worth over 3,000 souls, so it wasn't bad. Next up was the Barbarian. At first, I thought I'd be able to fight him solo, but pretty soon his thief friends joined the fight, and it got a lot harder. I did manage to kill them both, but I burned through almost all of my Estus Flask charges in the process, and they didn't drop much, so it felt like a waste. And it wasn't over, there was still one more NPC. This one was very different from the others. He wore the Sentinel armor set, had the Mask of the Father, could cast pyromancies, and was using a Zweihander. Not only that, but he had a massive health pool, and after I finally depleted it, he somehow healed back to full. That was incredibly frustrating. Because of that, I had to use a humanity to heal before I could finally finish him off. So, yeah, that was a complete waste of time and resources. But at least the item he was guarding was the Ring of Fog, which I immediately equipped. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it's nice knowing that enemies will have a harder time detecting me. After all that nonsense, I decided to finish exploring the rest of this part of Darkroot Garden. Eventually, I found another Black Knight guarding an item. Since I had no Estus Flask charges left, I chose to only use lightning spears, but unfortunately he had a halberd, which meant he was constantly turtling behind his shield. That dragged the fight out longer than I would have liked. Still, I killed him, and that was my 6th soul of a Scorched Knight. And the item he was guarding was another deformed bronze coin. There were a lot more ends here than I remembered, but the only other item I found was the Eastern armor set. Oh, and I also found another sarcophagus. After finishing up this area, I spoke with Ovina to join the Forest Hunters Covenant, just so I wouldn't have to deal with all of that again. Then I went back to rest at the bonfire. Oscar was still there, by the way. Next I had a quick chat with Shiva, but he was the same as usual, so I moved on to the final section of Darkroot Garden. There wasn't much here, but I did notice that the chest in the pond near the Mushroom Man was still around. Obviously, it no longer contains the enchanted ember. Before opening it, I found a large soul of a brave warrior, along with another item I will return to shortly. Inside the chest was the Ulasil Ivory Catalyst, pretty useless for my build. That second item I mentioned was where the 3 giant cats usually spawn. This time there was only one, and she didn't attack me. I wasn't sure if it was because, like the others, she is not hostile, or if it was the Ring of Fog doing its job. Anyway, the item was the Ring of the Untouchable. It boosts your damage by 10% while you're at full health. Not sure if a 10% boost is worth a ring slot though. The final item I found here was at the top of the long Darkroot Basin ladder, and it was the hard leather armor set. With Darkroot Garden fully explored, it was time to go visit Sif. Right in front of her boss gate, I found the Golden Crystal Golem. It was a bit awkward fighting him here, but I eventually managed to kill him and rescued Princess Dusk.
So, it is thou who rescued me.
Her dialogue was exactly the same as in vanilla, so I wasn't expecting anything new in her inventory, and I wasn't disappointed.
For a very long time.
Anyway, it was now time for the Sif boss fight, but before starting it, I checked to see if the Hornet Ring was still there, and it was. the cutscene was unchanged, so I skipped it. As usual, I completely messed up the start of the fight. No idea why. I always seem to need to take a couple of hits before I remember how it goes. For some reason, it felt like my lightning spears were doing less damage than they should. Maybe Sif got buffed? Or maybe I just came here at a lower level than usual. In any case, Oscar shows up partway through the fight, and that makes things way easier. Honestly, once he's in the fight, all I have to do was keep tossing lightning spears. By the time I'm done, Sif is barely hanging on. I just had to finish her off. The rewards were the Covenant of Artorias ring, Sif's soul, a humanity, and a homeward bone.
Things appear to have settled. I was right to partner with you. Thank you. We don't need to band together anymore. I will be fine. You ought to focus on yourself. May we each fulfill our respective purposes.
This seemed to mark the end of Oscar's quest line. I couldn't even interact with him anymore. There was nothing else in Sif's arena, so I used a homeward bone to return to the entrance of Darkroot Garden. I had a good amount of souls by now, so I decided to invest all of them into dexterity. I still wasn't ready to dive into pyromancy yet, so boosting dexterity gave me immediate benefits. After that, I went back to the ant ambush near the first fog gate and discovered that a chest had appeared. After killing all the ants, I found that the chest contained the broken pendant, which meant that I could now access the DLC. I wasn't planning to do that yet though. Even if the DLC was unchanged, I definitely wasn't ready for it. So instead, I returned to Fireling Shrine. On the way there, I stopped by Andre and gave him the Divine Ember.
I've seen one of those. Might you consider leaving that with me? I can produce divine weapons with a flame. Well, thanks. You've made a find.
I also repaired my gear. I noticed that he was now selling fire arrows and soul bolts. That's thanks to the explorer's flint I found earlier. After finishing up with Andre, I returned to Fireling Shrine. Next up were the depths. I didn't plan on coming back here again until I'd explored the entire depths, Upper and Lower Blighttown, the Great Hollow and Ash Lake. Since I wouldn't be able to rely on bonfire warping, I wanted to make sure I wouldn't have to backtrack later. I used the Aqueduct shortcut to return to Lower Undead Burg and stopped by the female undead merchant to buy some blooming purple moss clumps. Unfortunately, I'd spent most of my souls leveling up, so I had to pop a few itemized souls to afford at least a couple. I wasn't sure how many blow dart snipers I'd run into in Upper Blighttown, so I wanted to be prepared and avoid dying to toxic. The entrance to the depths looked mostly the same. I did get jump scared by a hollow, but overall, the enemies here were about the same as in vanilla. After picking up an itemized soul, I spent some time clearing the area. It was mostly torch hollows, though the dogs gave me a bit of trouble. I was stuck using the longbow since I just couldn't rely on the S-stock. That would be a recurring annoyance throughout the depths. Anyway, there was another dog next to the butcher. After killing it, I backstabbed the butcher a couple of times and killed her too. She managed to hit me once or twice, but nothing serious. She still dropped the sack as usual, but the chest that usually contains the large ember was missing. Still, I dropped into the hole and killed the giant rat with a lightning spear as usual. When it died, it dropped the Blighttown key, which made me wonder if anything had been changed about the Gaping Dragon. In place of the Spider Shield, I found the Cursebite Ring, and the Giant Rat also dropped a Humanity. There were a couple more items here. One was an itemized Soul, and the other was another Humanity. After that, I decided to explore the rest of the depths the way I usually do. So I went down the ramp and found one of those enemies I first saw in the Daughters of Ash mod. Still not sure what they're called. Anyway, since I had the key to Blighttown, I opened the door, which turned out to be a huge mistake. See, after opening this door, enemies from Blighttown are added into the depths. That doesn't happen right away. You either have to leave the area, save quit, or rest at a bonfire. Anyway, there's a channeler here, and I killed him quickly with the S-Tog's running attack. Then I headed down to the boss arena to see if anything had actually changed with the Gaping Dragon. Before that though, I noticed Domino had been moved here, and across from him I found a heavy crossbow and some blunt bows. Domino was the same as always, and his inventory hadn't changed. I did buy the bottomless box though. After that, I went down to the next floor and found another sarcophagus, but this one was a bit different. There was a skeleton next to it. If you assemble him, you can give him a deformed bronze coin to activate the sarcophagus, and it lets you teleport to another area. These sarcophagi work as two-way teleports, but you need to activate the pair with a skeleton first by giving it a coin. This one links to the Undead Parish, specifically the floor below Andre. Now that it's activated, I can freely teleport between the depths and the parish. It's a cool mechanic, even if it's not as convenient as bonfire warping. Anyway, I continued towards the boss room, but as you can see, the boss didn't spawn, and I quickly figured out why. Apparently, I need an item to lure him out. After picking up the dragon scale, there was nothing else to do here, so I went back to exploring the depths. Not long after, the denizens of Blighttown started showing up, which made the rest of the depths a lot harder. There were infested barbarians, infested ghouls, and even fire attack dogs, mixed in with the usual rats and slimes. Fighting all of them at once was a huge pain. There were also some crag spiders, but they died in a single S-Tog running attack, so they weren't much of a threat. I decided to head down to the basilisk-infested section next. Here I found even more infested barbarians, plus some man-eater Mildred lookalikes, who were honestly pretty easy to kill. They only dropped dung pies though. Deeper into this area, Knight Kirk invaded me. It was around the same place as in Vanilla, though I couldn't quite tell where he spawned from. Before I found him, I came across another deformed bronze coin, and shortly after that, he found me. Taking him out was easy, just a couple of backstabs. He also restored a few Estus flask charges, which was really helpful. There was a blow dart sniper nearby, but I managed to kill him before he could inflict toxic. Behind him, I found a humanity. After clearing out a whole nest of basilisks, I picked up an itemized soul, and inside a chest, the large ember. The door here was fortunately unlocked. Everything else was pretty much the same. Another door was locked, but I could open it with the master key. The bonfire was in its usual spot, though I didn't rest at it, since I didn't want to respawn all the enemies I just cleared. Instead, I went toward where Laurentius used to be imprisoned, killed another blow dart sniper and an infested barbarian along the way. I found an itemized soul below the usual slime drop spot. There were more Blighttown enemies up here, and the second butcher was also in her usual spot. She didn't drop anything, and after killing her, I had to deal with another infested ghoul. By the way, I haven't mentioned it yet, but the Ring of Fog is incredibly helpful here. Laurentius was still here, and I freed him. Right after that, I noticed a new item. It was the sewer chamber key. So even without the master key, you can still access the bonfire not far from here.
Thank you.
I was almost done with the depths, but there was still one last section I had to check out. First, I had to kill all these rats, which were joined by infested ghouls, making it pretty chaotic. It's not that it was hard, just annoying. The hitboxes on the rats were giving me a tough time. At least I got a decent number of humanities out of it. The usual rats in crates were still here, but now there was also a dog, making that part even more annoying. Eventually, I got the Wanderer armor set and the Falchion. I also found the butcher's knife on the other side of the drop. I was just about done with the depths, but there was one last spot to check. In addition to the usual channeler, there was now an infested barbarian. Luckily, he was too big to fit in the tunnel, so I just took my time and killed him with the longbow. After that, I switched back to the S-top and killed the channeler with a running attack. Right next to him, I found another itemized soul, and in the corner, a large titanite shard. I tried to avoid the crates here, since I figured there were probably rats inside, and I wanted to conserve my Estus flask charges, since I was done with the depths and was heading into Blighttown. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Blighttown was basically the same in terms of enemies, so I'll mostly focus on the changes in item placement. One nice change is that there seems to be fewer blow dart snipers, and again, I can't stress enough how useful the Ring of Fog is here. It made traversing this area way easier. Anyway, the first item I found was guarded by an infested barbarian and an infested ghoul. It turned out to be 3 blooming purple moss clumps, which meant I basically wasted my souls buying those earlier. The next item I found was 3 regular purple moss clumps. Really nice that the mod author added those here. Then I crossed this bridge, killed a blow dart sniper and a couple of infested ghouls, and jumped to this item, which turned out to be the Great Scythe. That brought me immense joy. Now I could really go back to my old build from the All Achievements walkthrough. Of course, upgrading the Great Scythe will take some time, but just knowing I have it gave me a huge confidence boost. After picking up this itemized soul, I crossed the bridge and killed a few more infested ghouls. Then I went down the ramp and looped back around to pick up the Yaito. Next, I headed back across the bridge and entered this part of Upper Blighttown. After climbing a ladder, I found the bonfire. It's in kind of an annoying spot. basically where the shadow armor set was in the base game, but before reaching it, I picked up another itemized soul. Just like before, I only lit the bonfire without resting at it. I still had plenty of Estus flask charges and didn't want to respawn all the enemies I'd killed. I also found a green titanite shard here. Further down the path, I picked up the shadow armor set after dodging a blow dart sniper. Then I had to drop down and kill an infested barbarian and a ghoul to get this itemized soul. Going further down, I spotted another infested barbarian guarding a pair of items, and of course there was a blow dart sniper backing him up. After killing both of them, I grabbed the items. The first was a new sorcery, Festering Weapon, and the second was a stack of 5 humanities. Festering Weapon adds poison to your weapon, but honestly, I can't see it being all that useful. Anyway, after that, I kept going and reached the parasitic wall hugger. I wasted quite a few lightning spears trying to hit it. Its hitbox is super finicky. Still, it was guarding power within, which made me really happy. With this, I pretty much had everything I needed to make my build overpowered again. That said, I still wanted to try a pyromancy build, so I was planning to invest in intelligence soon. After clearing out a couple more enemies, I went down the ladder and passed through a fog gate. There was an infested barbarian on the other side, and the narrow platform made fighting him really awkward. Even after I backstabbed him and knocked him off, he didn't die. But I decided to ignore him and turn back, since I saw an item nearby. When I dropped down to grab it, it turned out to be a firekeeper soul. After that, I continued heading down toward Lower Blighttown. I was nearly done with Upper Blighttown, just had to kill a few crag spiders and a blow dart sniper. Then I picked up the Hollow Thief armor set, the composite bow, and 50 poison arrows. That was the last item I found before reaching the bottom and entering the poison swamp. Now, before I started exploring the lower half of Blighttown, I decided to visit Ash Lake first. Normally, I wouldn't go there before unlocking the warp ability, but since you can't teleport between bonfires in this mod, I figured there had to be some other way to return after reaching Ash Lake. And even if I didn't get teleported back, I could just come back here through the Valley of Drakes, so I wouldn't lose any progress. Before entering the Great Hollow, I had to deal with a couple of infested barbarians. Well, I didn't have to, but it was simpler than trying to run past them. I was also pretty happy with how much damage the longbow was doing to the giant leeches, since I really didn't want to fight them using the S-Stock. Eventually, I killed the barbarian guarding the entrance to the Great Hollow and went inside. The first item I found was the plank shield as usual, but right after that I also found the rusted iron ring, which would make exploring the swamp a lot easier. When I reached the main area of the Great Hollow, I saw the bonfire had been moved, not by much, but still a little inconvenient. Before grabbing it, I picked up one item nearby. It turned out to be a couple of blue titanite chunks. After that, I rested at the bonfire. Then I headed into the tunnel behind it and spotted a crystal lizard. After killing it, I got a couple of twinkling titanites and a titanite slab. Further in, I ran into a basilisk, another deformed bronze coin, and another crystal lizard that managed to escape. Still, because I got a titanite slab from the first one, I decided to save quit and try to kill the second. Unfortunately, it only dropped a couple more twinkling titanites and a blue titanite chunk. Then I continued exploring the Great Hollow, but decided to only go after the items. No chasing crystal lizards anymore. The next item I found was 5 goat pine resins. After picking those up, I headed back towards the start to check if the tree trunk item was still there. On the way, I grabbed a red titanite chunk. Eventually, I made it back and jumped into the tree trunk. There was still an item here, and it was the covetous silver serpent ring, which obviously made me really happy. On the way down, I killed another crystal lizard, just because it was right there, and it gave me 2 more twinkling titanites and a titanite chunk. The next item I found was in the same place as the base game, and I think it was unchanged. It was another red titanite chunk. A bit lower down, I found a white titanite chunk, and after killing a couple of basilisks, I also picked up the acid surge pyromancy. When I got to the mushroom section of the Great Hollow, I jumped onto one of the mushrooms and found a soul of a brave warrior. The last item I found in the Great Hollow was another itemized soul guarded by a giant mushroom man. After picking it up, I exited the Great Hollow and entered Ash Lake. I was thrilled to see the bonfire was still there, and right next to it a sarcophagus with a disassembled skeleton, which confirmed there was a way to teleport from Ash Lake back to Blighttown. But first, I lit the bonfire and rested at it. Then I assembled the skeleton, and before handing the ferryman a deformed bronze coin, I noticed an item nearby. It was a dragon scale. After picking it up, I returned to the ferryman, gave him the coin, and used the sarcophagus, only to be disappointed when it teleported me to the Tomb of the Giants. And not just anywhere, right next to the Golden Fog Gate, which meant I could, if I wanted to, skip the entire Catacombs and Tomb of the Giants. I wasn't planning to, but the option was there. The real problem now was I had no way to get back to Blighttown. Still, my next goal was the Hydra, so I used my souls to level up intelligence. Even though I didn't have Havel's armor, I was counting on my lightning spear miracle doing enough damage so I could finish the Hydra off with the S-Talk. I knew I'd take some hits, but I was hoping 10 Estus Flask charges would be enough. Actually, wait, why did I have 10 Estus Flask charges? Before activating the sarcophagus, that bonfire only gave me 5. Also, weirdly, the Hydra wasn't attacking me. After a while, I realized it was because of the Ring of Fog. And by the way, that tree trunk was empty. So I swapped the Ring of Fog for the covetous Silver Serpent ring, and as soon as I did, she aggroed. It took a while. Unfortunately, my lightning spears only got her to half health, but at least her attacks weren't one-shots. They hurt, but they were manageable. After a few minutes, I finally killed her. The reward was a couple of dragon scales and over 12,000 souls. Then I returned to the bonfire, of course, and continued exploring Ash Lake. Next to this giant skull, I found the Soothe miracle, and nearby a couple more dragon scales. monstrous is a new miracle added by the mod. According to its description, it prevents enemies from attacking, though I'm not sure how well that works. Sounds a bit overpowered. Anyway, when I reached the giant tree, I discovered Hollowed Havo. I'm not sure if he only appears here if you kill him at the tower basement, but lore-wise, I thought it was a great touch. It makes sense that he'd return to the site of his greatest triumph after losing his mind. Once I got over the surprise, I found that fighting this version of Havo was much easier. I was dealing way more damage. Either he was weaker or I'd just gotten stronger. Back when I first fought him, my S-Dog wasn't even upgraded, and I've invested a lot more in dexterity since then. Anyway, after I killed him, I got his full armor set. If I'd waited, that Black Hydra fight would have been way easier, but honestly, it wasn't that bad even without Havo's armor. Next I went around the tree trunk, dropped down here, and picked up the Great Magic Barrier miracle. Then I kept going along the sandbar and noticed that there weren't any enemies in this area. Instead, I encountered these guys, who weren't hostile. In fact, for some reason, they bowed to me. Eventually, I reached the last of the everlasting dragons, and I was relieved to see another sarcophagus nearby. Hopefully this one would take me back to Blighttown, but before I activated it, I spoke to the everlasting dragon and joined its covenant. That gave me the dragon headstone and the dragon eye. And after leaving, I also received the soul of an ancient dragon. Reading the item description, I realized this was what I needed to lure out the gaping dragon. So once I'm done with Blighttown, I'll go back and fight him. Luckily, getting there will be easy, thanks to the sarcophagus. After that, I decided to take a risk and cut off the everlasting dragon's tail, hoping it wouldn't turn hostile. I still got the dragon greatsword, not a particularly exciting item, but the dragon didn't get aggressive, so it worked out. Then I reassembled the ferryman and gave him another deformed bronze coin. Before checking the sarcophagus though, I rested at the bonfire and leveled my intelligence a bit more. Then I returned to the sarcophagus and thankfully my guess was right. It took me back to Blighttown. Now that I had the rusted iron ring, exploring the rest of the poison swamp would be a breeze. I started circling the swamp clockwise as usual. There weren't many changes to enemy placement, just more of them, especially giant leeches, which honestly isn't a bad thing, since it makes farming green titanite shards easier. Near the entrance to the Great Hollow, I found the Ego Shield, and when I came across a huge crowd of giant leeches, I swapped the rusted iron ring for the Ring of the Evil Eye, just to help offset the poison damage a bit. After killing what felt like 100 of them, I found a deformed bronze coin and a bunch of green titanite shards. Then I found another itemized soul near 3 more leeches and some rotten pine resin guarded by an infested barbarian. The only real annoyance in this part of the swamp is the giant mosquitoes. They just keep spawning and I have to keep killing them. Next, I went to where the bonfire used to be and got invaded by man-eater Mildred as usual. Unfortunately, I also aggroed an infested barbarian, so I had to alternate backstabs until I took out both of them, and all the giant mosquitoes that kept piling on. It wasn't hard, just annoying. Man-eater Mildred dropped 3 humanities and her butcher's knife, and when I checked where the bonfire used to be, I found the poison mist pyromancy, and the Pyromancer armor set. At the end of that tunnel, I found that the Dragon Scale had been replaced by the key to New Londo ruins. After picking it up, I continued towards the water wheel elevators and found the whip just below them. Shortly after, I came across a large Titanite shard on a corpse. Next to one of the columns, behind a crag spider, I found the Great Club. Then I had to deal with the infested barbarians near the entrance to Quelag's domain. It wasn't hard, I put them one at a time with the longbow and just kept backstabbing them. After I killed all three, I found the Muddy Flint, another item that adds new ammo types to certain vendors. I also discovered a sarcophagus to the left of Quelag's entrance, which I assumed would lead to Lost Isolate or the Demon Ruins. Next to a couple more infested barbarians, I found the Slumbering Flame Pyromancy. Its description made it sound like a trap, so I'm curious to see how it works in practice. Anyway, the last item I found in the Poison Swamp was the Poison Bite Ring. I was a little worried that I hadn't found the bonfire yet, but I still had plenty of Estus Flask charges, so I went ahead and prepared to fight Quelag. After clearing the poison, I swapped out the Rusted Iron Ring for the covetous Silver Serpent Ring as usual. Right outside Quelag's domain, I ran into an Egghead NPC, and he was surprisingly tough to deal with. For some reason, he was really hard to backstab, but I eventually killed him, and he dropped a nice chunk of souls. The next thing I noticed was that Man-Eater Mildred's summoning sign was missing, and so was the boss Foggate. I tried safe quitting to see if her sign would appear, but it didn't. I spent some time searching in case it had been moved, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I'm pretty sure there should be a summoning sign for her, so this might be a bug. Later I realized I hadn't installed a hotfix, so maybe that was the reason. Either way, even though there was no fog gate, Quelag's cutscene still played. After the cutscene, she wasn't hostile, so I carefully approached her, and then this happened.
Go back, forbidden be these parts, the realm of the creatures of chaos. Go back, lest the flames devour all, and the children of chaos feed upon your charred ashes. Those who trespass Quelag's domain, may you feel the depth of our wrath.
Obviously, this was part of the cut content that's been restored. If you try to walk past her, she aggroes, and the boss fight begins. At first, it felt like little had been changed. She relied more on her sword attacks, and she seemed more resistant to lightning spears. I'm not sure if her defenses were buffed, or if I was just still underpowered, but overall, she didn't feel too difficult. The real problem started when I got her to half health. That's when her sister Quelea showed up. Quelea doesn't have much HP, but she uses insanely powerful pyromancies, so I tried to burst her down fast. Luckily, she staggered easily, but attacking her while dodging Quelag wasn't exactly easy. In hindsight, I probably should have used goat pine resin to finish her off faster, but it still worked out. Once I ran out of lightning spears, I did use goat pine resin, since the S-Talk was doing pathetic damage. But after that, it didn't take long to finish her off. When she died, I got her so, the Quelag's Fury Pyromancy, the Isolith Catalyst, and a Twin Humanities. Quelag's Fury is a weapon buff. Should be interesting to test out later. After the fight, I rang the second bell of awakening. I went downstairs, past the illusory wall, and talked to Angie.
Oh dear.
He was the same as usual.
Are you but you have no...
I didn't rest at the bonfire for some reason. Instead, I spoke to the fair lady and used the firekeeper so I got in Upper Blighttown to reinforce my Estus flask. After that, I checked Angie's inventory, and yep, it was different. He now sells the key to Izalith for 50,000 souls. So the shortcut to Lost Izalith is no longer locked behind the Chaos Servant Covenant rank, which is a welcome change. Anyway, next I headed into the Demon Ruins to kill Ceaseless Discharge and got a message saying my health would keep draining while I was down here. Presumably my equipment durability too. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense, and I liked the change. The bonfire was gone from its usual spot, but I found it relocated not too far away. Not sure why it was moved, but whatever. Once again, I just lit it and didn't sit at it. In front of the boss fog gate for Ceaseless Discharge, I found a new pyromancy, Ire of Flames. Definitely curious to try that out sometime. The Ceaseless Discharge fight itself was unchanged. I picked up his sister's armor to aggro him, then ran back to the entrance and waited for him to catch up. Once he did, I hit his arm a few times and he died. Afterwards, I got the Eye of Chaos, Humanity, a Homeward Bone, the usual lava-draining cutscene, and over 25,000 souls. Reading the Eye of Chaos description, I learned that this item lets you see Quelana. So in this mod, you don't need a +10 pyromancy flame to see her, just kill Ceaseless Discharge. I don't mind the change, though it didn't really feel necessary either. The rest of the Demon Ruins looked mostly the same, though maybe there were fewer Taurus demons. Anyway, I feared it was time to leave Blighttown, but on the way out, I found Quelana. She'd be moved to a new spot.
A mere undead, yet you can see me.
Her dialogue and inventory looked the same, but I still bought some pyromancies, since I was planning to do a pyromancy build later. After that, I went to the water wheel elevator and found where the bonfire had been moved. It was guarded by a hostile sealer who was pretty tanky, but not difficult to kill. After I took him out, I got the full sealer armor set and lit the bonfire. There were still a couple of places I wanted to check before leaving Blighttown, but even before that, I found a chest. Inside was the remedy sorcery. Then I went farther up and crossed this tree branch, and back here, behind a crag spider, I found the priest armor set and the Great Heal Excerpt miracle. A little farther up the ladders, I found a couple of dragon scales. Lastly, I wanted to check if anything had changed in the tunnel where the firekeeper saw used to be. There were indeed some changes. Fewer blow dart snipers and more fire attack dogs. There was also an infested barbarian who I picked off with the longbow. The only item I found down here was the Toxic Mist Pyromancy. Right at the exit of Blighttown, inside the chest where the key to New Londo Ruins used to be, I found the Tin Banishment Catalyst. And that was it. I was done with Blighttown. There were a couple of infested barbarians I had to kill at the exit, or the back entrance, but nothing too difficult. On my way back through the Valley of Drakes, I figured it was a good time to kill the undead dragon. As usual, I came to this brush and used the binoculars to aim my lightning spears. But in this mod, the dragon's HP seemed way higher, so lightning spears alone weren't going to cut it. I had to spend some time chipping away with my longbow. Killing it rewarded me with Ancient Blood and a Dragon Scale. Ancient Blood is used to upgrade your Path of the Dragon Covenant rank. That reminded me, I still hadn't killed the Gaping Dragon, so before heading to Sans Fortress, I decided to return to the Dead and take care of that boss. The fastest way was to go back to Andre and use the sarcophagus below him. But on the way, I dropped by Rickard of Vinheim and gave him the Enchanted Ember.
Sorcery ember. I've never seen one like that. Not even back in Vinheim. What a please. I'm a crop.
I also bought all his poison arrows, just in case. They were cheap. Before fighting the Gaping Dragon, I rested at Firelink Shrine and upgraded my attunement to unlock another slot, so I could use Power Within. I also added a few more points into Intelligence. Then I talked to Laurentius, mostly because he gives you a Pyromancy Flame.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they're here.
I didn't notice any changes in his inventory.
Goodbye.
Now it was finally time to go fight the Gaping Dragon. This time there was a boss fog gate, but Solare's summoning sign was missing. Not sure if that's a bug or if it was removed on purpose. Anyway, the cutscene was the same as always. The Gaping Dragon, however, was not. He was much harder than in vanilla, mainly due to a new explosion move when he slams the top half of his torso into the ground. It does serious damage and inflicts toxic. And just to make things more annoying, I decided I wanted to cut off his tail, even though I knew it probably still gave the same weapon. And yeah, it did. I got the Dragon King Great Axe again, but cutting it off took so long, my Power Within wore off, and I had to use goat pine resin. Luckily, by that point, the Gaping Dragon's HP was low enough that lightning spears were enough to finish him off. And the rewards were amazing. I got over 30,000 souls, the Ring of Starvation, another Ancient Blood, a Twin Humanities, and a Homeward Bone. The Ring of Starvation was the standout. It doubles the number of souls you gain. Sure, if you die, you lose them all, but it's a great item for soul farming. I ended up wearing it a lot, though I wouldn't really recommend it, since the mod is pretty tough and dying is easy. Anyway, before entering Sans Fortress, I wanted to upgrade my Great Scythe and switch over to it for a while. The mod changes the Great Scythe quite a bit. Now it requires 17 strength and 17 dexterity. Dex scaling has been lowered to B, but strength scaling was increased to B2. It also now inflicts bleed. Overall, I'd say it got buffed, though I didn't run the numbers. I thought I had what I needed to upgrade it to +10, but I was one large Titanite shard short, so I could only get it to +9, which was still fine. I also bought a weaponsmith box, just in case. Now I was ready to start exploring Sans Fortress. The first thing I found was an itemized soul, but I also discovered a sarcophagus. Before I could activate it, a man-serpent attacked me. My damage against him was solid, so I was pretty happy I had switched weapons. This sarcophagus actually teleported me to Blighttown, to the one I'd earlier thought would connect to Lost Isolis or the Demon Ruins. So this link turned out to be really useful for getting back to the Demon Ruins later. I also noticed that once I activated the sarcophagus, the bonfire near Andre got kindled. Not sure if that's a bug or a feature. I did install the hotfix, and I didn't see anything about that being a bug, so maybe it's intended. The changes to Sense Fortress weren't huge, but the difficulty was ramped up a bit. One obvious change: the Serpent Mages no longer cast lightning spears, they now use some kind of soul arrow type spell. I wouldn't say it made them easier or harder, just different. I found another sarcophagus over here, but this one had to be activated from the other end. So instead, I went down the pit like usual to see what was there. I was kind of sloppy here. In reality, it's not that hard to get down. Anyway, I saw that the Titanite demons were still here. At first, I used the rusted iron ring and tried fighting them with lightning spears, but they seemed way tankier. So I swapped the rusted iron ring for the Ring of Starvation. I assumed they were worth a lot of souls, so doubling that gain seemed worth it. I didn't find anything else in that spot, so I continued hunting Titanite demons. One had already aggroed me, and I didn't have enough lightning spears to kill him, but the Great Scythe was dealing solid damage too. So instead of going back to refill my spells, I decided to just kill the rest with the Great Scythe. They did feel a lot more aggressive than usual, and I had to burn through a bunch of Estus Flask charges. Besides the usual Demon Titanite, the last one dropped a Titanite Catchpole, and right next to him was another one. Next up, I went to visit the Gate Giant, but before I could climb the ladder, I had to fight a Baronite Knight. Fortunately, he dropped the last large Titanite shard I needed to get my Great Scythe to +10. Near the illusory wall that leads to the Gate Giant, I found another itemized soul. The Gate Giant himself was the same as in vanilla. After that, I returned to Andre to upgrade my scythe to +10. Then I rested at the bonfire to level up intelligence again and replenish both my lightning spear casts and Estus Flask charges. After that, I continued exploring Sense Fortress. I also found that the Serpent Mages have a chance to drop Tearing Swords, a consumable that adds bleed to your weapon. Also, like in Daughters of Ash, the Mimic was moved to this location. This one drops the scythe. Not something I need or plan to use. Anyway, moving on. In this room, I found the corpse of a man-serpent for some reason. Inside the chest was the Dark Moon Seance Ring, so I could visit Gwendolyn right after getting to Anor Londo, though I won't, since there's a new quest line tied to him. This next room was pretty annoying. You have to fight two man-serpents at once in a cramped space. Next, I took my usual route, dropped down here and instantly killed a Serpent Mage and picked up an itemized soul. Then I went to the room where the Black Sorcerer armor set and the Hush sorcery are in vanilla, and that part hadn't been changed. After that, I circled back and entered this cell, then dropped out the window and fought a Serpent Mage and a Man-Serpent. After killing them, I picked up the Great Magic Weapon sorcery and dropped down to the entrance of Sense Fortress. I found that the Man-Serpent killed by the boulder had dropped his Man-Serpent Greatsword. Then I headed back up the stairs and followed the boulder all the way to the bottom. Inside this room, I had to fight another Baronite Knight, and after killing him, I waited for the boulders to break the wall, so I could pick up the Ring of Steel Protection, in the spot where the covetous Goat Serpent Ring used to be. After that, I rode the elevator up and entered the boulder control room. As usual, I first directed the boulders down the path that frees Logan, if he was still there of course, then redirected them to progress Siegmeyer's quest line. After that, I went to free Logan using the master key.
You seem quite lucid. I am Logan. Oh, heavens.
Then I opened this cage to grab another itemized soul. Afterwards, I came back here, dropped down, picked up the Murakumo, and talked with Siegmeyer for a bit.
Where did you come?
Then I returned to the control room, went down this corridor, and picked up another itemized soul. After that, I grabbed a Titanite shard guarded by a man-serpent and continued heading towards the top of Sans Fortress. There wasn't anything else interesting, so I went through the fog gate and stepped outside. I first went to the right to check if anything had changed, and had to fight a Bowder Knight, a Hollow Soldier, and a Man-Serpent. Then I went back to where the Flame Stoneplate ring used to be, and found the Spell Stoneplate ring. After that, I wanted to see if the Sniper Crossbow was still there, and it was. Alongside it, I also found some soul boats. As I kept going up, next to this Baronite Knight, I found a couple of lightning urns, and down where the bonfire used to be, there was an itemized soul. Fortunately, the Baronite Knight followed me down and was easy to deal with. Then I doubled back and found 5 silver coins. After that, I had to fight another Bowder Knight and a Baronite Knight. Moving on to Prince Ricard's tower, I found Prince Ricard and killed him quickly and easily with the Great Scythe. He dropped his rapier as usual. Inside the tower, I found a chest with the Ring of the Night King. It increases endurance damage against shields by 100%. After that, I went back to the broken bridge and saw that the crestfallen merchant had been moved. But before going to him, I decided, for the first time, to visit the Boulder Giant in order to grab the cage key I saw earlier. Fighting the Boulder Giant here was pretty annoying, but I managed to bring him down eventually. Then had to drop all the way back down to the boulder control room, which was also kind of annoying. Unfortunately, you do have to come here to get the cage key, but then again, moving the key to this spot kind of forces you to explore a part of the level most players usually skip. Anyway, once I got back to the broken bridge, I found where the bonfire had been moved, and right next to it was the sorcery Bouncing Soul Orb. This is another new sorcery introduced in the mod. After lighting the bonfire, I went back to the broken bridge, and this time jumped across to the tower where the crestfallen merchant used to be. At the bottom of the tower, I had to fight a serpent mage guarding the covetous Goat Serpent ring. That's when I remembered to check out the new sorcery. It actually sounded pretty interesting. After that, I returned to the broken bridge, jumped across again, and started wondering how to actually reach the crestfallen merchant. When I got to this Bowder Knight, I saw that there was now a chest behind him, and when I opened it, I found a rare ring of sacrifice inside. After that, I activated the shortcut to the entrance of Sans Fortress and continued on. There was now a Hollow Soldier here, and to the right, the crestfallen merchant. So, obviously, I needed to drop down. But before that, I wanted to take out the Hollow Soldier, just in case he could attack me while I was talking to the merchant. Reaching the merchant was easier than expected, and while his dialogue wasn't changed much, his inventory did have some interesting new items. After leaving him, I dropped back down to the bonfire and made my way all the way back to the top again, which, to be fair, didn't take very long. Next to the boss spawn gate, I had to fight a couple of serpent mages. This one in front of me was obvious, but there was another one to the right that I completely missed, mostly because I was focused on the lightning urns and the fact that Black Iron Tarkus's summoning sign was still here. That meant that the Iron Golem fight was going to be pretty easy. But first I had to kill the Firebomb Giant, of course. This one was quite a bit easier than the Boulder Giant. So next I went to summon Black Iron Tarkus, buffed myself with Power Within and started the boss fight. From what I understood, the Iron Golem fight had been changed a bit. It was now nearly impossible to stagger him, and he couldn't be knocked off the bridge. But that didn't really matter much. My Lightning Spear miracle was still doing solid damage, and Black Iron Tarkus was helping as usual, so the fight was really easy. My rewards were a humanity, his soul of course, and a whopping 84,000 souls, mostly thanks to the Ring of Starvation, obviously. Since there was nothing else here, I examined the Ring of Light and got transported to Enel Londo. I could still use the Batwing Demon to return to Sense Fortress, which was nice, especially since I couldn't rely on bonfire teleportation in this mod. Afterwards, I continued deeper into Enel Londo and had to fight the usual sentinels, which were pretty easy to kill with the Great Sight. So, if I wanted to, I could have farmed them for souls, but honestly, I didn't really feel the need to. After killing another sentinel, I noticed that one of the gargoyles had been moved. But again, the Great Sight made short work of him. Then I took a quick look down here to make sure the bonfire was still there, but decided to keep going towards the Duke's archives to see if the chest was still there and take out a few more sentinels. The chest was indeed still here, and it contained 3 demon titanites. On my way back to the Firekeeper and the bonfire, I noticed I had missed an item, 4 lightning urns. Then I talked to the Firekeeper, but her dialogue hadn't changed. So I rested at the bonfire. I decided to raise my intelligence to 25 and spent the rest of my souls on vitality, but then changed my mind and put 1 point into dexterity instead. Anyway, with 25 intelligence and faith, I could now use all of the pyromancies and most sorceries and miracles, though obviously the most powerful ones still require more investment. At the elevator entrance, I had to fight another sentinel. There are definitely more of them in Enel Londo in this mod. There's even a royal sentinel near the rotating tower bridge. Honestly, I don't mind fighting them. They're not that difficult, and they're worth a lot of souls. The rotating tower bridge itself looked pretty much the same, which meant I'd have to head through the chapel's rafters. Before doing that though, I checked if the chest over here was still there, and it was, though guarded by another sentinel. Inside the chest I found the shuttle. I also spotted a sneakily placed painting guardian here. If I hadn't gone to check out the chest first, he probably would have ambushed me. And out on the balcony leading to the chapel, a Silver Knight was positioned. Fortunately, they're also easy to kill with the Great Scythe. A Painting Guardian also joined the fight, so things could have escalated quickly. Not to mention, the entire rafter section was made way harder, since instead of painting guardians, you now have to fight silver knights. Again, thanks to the great scythe, it wasn't too bad, but if you're not well prepared, things can get out of hand fast. I didn't even want to deal with the silver knight over there, so I just made a running jump towards the fog gate, then climbed the ladder and took him out. Next, I wanted to see if there was anything else interesting on the other side of the chapel, and sure enough, I found a chest with the lightning club inside. On the way back, I had to fight another silver knight. That was it for the chapel, nothing else of interest. So I went through the fog gate and rotated the bridge down twice, so I could check out Lord Gwyn's tomb. The bonfire there had been removed, unfortunately, but I did find the Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. I could have also joined the Blade of the Dark Moon Covenant, but decided not to bother yet, at least not until I'm ready to fight Gwendolyn. Anyway, I headed to the lower level of the chapel. Besides the painting guardians, there were a couple of royal sentinels here. Still, they're easy to take out, as long as you fight them one at a time. In this large open space, that's pretty simple. Just pull them using a bow. They went down in one hit from my great scythe, but they should be manageable with any decent weapon. It took a while, but I eventually cleared all of them and reached the item stuck in the chandelier. It was the slumbering Dragon Crest ring, and it didn't look like it had been changed in this mod. The last item here wasn't the Black Iron Tarkus armor set, but instead the Painting Guardian armor set. I also noticed a sarcophagus here, but this one didn't have a ferryman. Anyway, I figured now was a good time to check out the painted world of Ariamis. The area started out the same as usual. The first thing I did was check the side path, and I found an item here. This one was actually really interesting. It's an item similar to the Black Eye Orb that lets you invade someone else's world. I assumed that someone would be in the painted world of Ariamis, but I'd have to wait to find out where the invasion point actually was. Anyway, I lit the bonfire and decided to kindle it, since I wasn't sure how much harder this area would be in the mod. I also used the souls to level up my vitality a bit more. After that, I started exploring. The first thing I noticed was that the enemies were giving a lot of souls, while not really feeling any tougher than usual. I grabbed the winged spear and a deformed bronze coin, and then continued. So far, enemy placement didn't seem that different. I know I keep saying this, but the Great Scythe really is overpowered. I was just cutting through everything. I found some fire arrows here, and after picking them up, I got ambushed by a couple of harpies, who, again, went down easily. Then I dropped down to the balcony here, killed another hollow, and picked up dried fingers. Inside the building, I found the Escape Death miracle. The engorged hollows seemed to have been changed. It didn't look like they were releasing their toxic cloud on death. Throughout the whole area, I kept dodge rolling backwards after killing them, just in case. But I never actually got inflicted with toxic, so I'm not sure. They do look like they're releasing some kind of cloud when they die, so I don't know. Anyway, I picked up an item and then continued and killed the hollow with the bow on the far side of the bridge, and then cut the robe of the hanging corpse. After that, I entered the building and killed the engorged hollow here. Then I went up to the upper floor, where I got annihilated by this hollow. I picked up another itemized soul, jumped over the broken floor and grabbed yet another. After killing another engorged hollow, I kept moving and found an egg vermifuge. Then I returned to the ladder and climbed down. The enemies here were mostly the same as in vanilla, but there was now a tranquil walk of peace miracle here as well. Next I entered the basement of the building, killed a couple of snow rats and found another itemized soul. After that I went back upstairs and exited the building, where I found another itemized soul and walked into a hollow ambush. As usual, before crossing the bridge, I dropped down, killed this engorged hollow, and picked up 4 large titanite shards. I was expecting a harpy ambush, but that didn't happen. Anyway, I got back on the bridge, crossed it, killed another engorged hollow, and entered the tower. There was a new chest here, and inside it I found the Magesmith armor set. I then started climbing the staircase and had to fight one of the harpies. At the top I found Velka's rapier, then dropped down, killed another harpy and picked up a titanite slab. Then I went back outside, since I wanted to take down the undead dragon now. This time there were no items in front of him, and he aggroed way earlier than usual. The fight itself hadn't changed, and thanks to the great size, I didn't even need to use any of my lightning spears. All I had to do was alternate between hitting his face and his right claw, while all he could do was spew some poison stuff on the ground. It took a little while, but the fight wasn't hard. The only issue was when a harpy showed up and made me panic a bit. Anyway, after killing him, I got another ancient dragon blood, and he dropped a lot of souls. Then again, everything in this area drops a lot of souls. I also decided to check whether the mod author had fixed the dragon butt bug, and it looked like he hadn't, so I could go straight to Priscilla, but I still wanted to explore the rest of the painted world first. Next I went to the bottom of the tower and had to fight a new type of NPC. Seemed like he was one of Velka's followers, and he was actually pretty tough. I nearly died. The fact that a harpy showed up during the fight didn't help either. Still, I managed to kill them, and these Velka's followers are actually worth quite a lot of souls. Aside from that, I also found the golden feather ring, which increases max equip load by 60%, but also reduces your defense by 30%. I checked if the door leading to Priscilla was still locked, and yep, it was. So I had to go underground as usual in order to unlock it. The courtyard of the painted world looked mostly unchanged, and I was very happy that the Great Scythe was amazing at killing the phalanxes. So this could be a great soul farming spot. But before I could really consider that, I got a message. This was clearly the invasion point for the Twin Eye Orb. Before I could use it though, I had to clear out the remaining phalanxes and another one of Velka's followers. Thankfully it wasn't too difficult. If I do decide to farm here, I'll probably equip Kavo's armor set, since most of the phalanx's damage is physical. Anyway, I used the Twin Eye Orb to invade and found myself fighting twin NPCs, former followers of Velka, and they were actually incredibly hard to beat, mostly because the one with the spear kept casting Tranquil Walk of Peace, which prevented me from dodge rolling. That nearly got me killed several times. Eventually, I figured out the best approach was to just wait until Tranquil Walk of Peace expired. After that, the fight wasn't too bad. When they died, I got both of their rings. They were pretty interesting, but not overpowered. The main issue is that to unlock their full effects, you have to equip both, which means giving up the Fab ring. Also, I ended up wasting an Estus Flask charge, Since returning from the invasion refilled my flasks and health anyway, I picked up a Humanity and Evelyn and then checked out the description of the twin rings. After that, I opened the shortcut back to the bonfire, but since I already had all my Estus flask charges refilled, I didn't rest and just kept moving. I went to another part of the area and had to fight another Velka follower along with some torch hollows. I messed up the fight a bit, but it wasn't hard. Also, I noticed the ambience in this section of the painted world was really oppressive. Can't remember if that's the case in Vanilla too. Anyway, I killed a few hollows, picked up an itemized soul, and then got invaded by Xanthos King Jeremiah. He was pretty easy to kill with backstabs, just like in Vanilla. After killing him, I got a massive amount of souls, as well as his notched whip. Finally, I picked up this item, which turned out to be the miracle Sacred Oath. It looked pretty interesting, but since it's a self-buff and I already had power within, I didn't plan on using it. The last part I had left to explore was the underground. I decided to enter through this route, but before reaching it, I had to fight another of Velka's followers. This one also nearly killed me. I really should be more careful fighting these guys, especially with so many souls on me. Losing them all would have been brutal. Anyway, the entrance to the underground was still there, but I wanted to check out an item first, and of course, I got ambushed by hollows. The item was just another itemized soul. Then I went down into the underground. The area seemed noticeably brighter than I remembered. There were still bone wheels here, but the usual tactic of luring them one by one and waiting for them to stop spinning still worked great. There were 5 of them total, and after killing them all, I grabbed another soul and operated the contraption to open the door to Priscilla. Then I continued exploring underground. There were a few more bone wheels in the tunnels, but they weren't too tough, except for this one. I only survived thanks to sheer luck. The item it was guarding turned out to be the Sharp Flint, another item that expands a blacksmith's ammo inventory. The last thing I found down here was the Annex key, which reminded me I still needed to explore the Annex. So that's where I went next. In front of the door, I picked up another itemized soul. And by the way, those engorged hollows are passive, so I didn't bother fighting them. This one, however, wasn't. Inside the Annex, I found the Dark Ember and had to fight a harpy as usual. Then I went to the top of the tower, found Velka's follower armor set, and then the Vow of Silence miracle. Picking it up didn't trigger a harpy ambush. That was also the last item I could find in the painted world of Ariamis, so it was time to visit Priscilla. The enemies on the bridge were the same as in Vanilla, and I always seemed to have a hard time with them. I nearly died here and totally panicked when the Baronite Knight appeared. I really made it pointlessly difficult for myself, but eventually I did manage to kill all of them. After that, I entered Priscilla's boss room.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not, if thou hast misstepped into this world.
She had her usual dialogue, and I also picked up Velka's talisman from the corpse here. Then I started the fight. I decided to use the notched whip to stagger her, as usual, since that's still the best weapon to use against her. Once she became visible, I went for her tail first. I still wanted that crossbred dagger. I was doing solid damage, so it didn't take long to get the tail cut and finish her off. When she died, I got her soul, another ancient blood, a twin humanities and over 60,000 souls. Before heading back to Anna Londo though, I wanted to try out a new feature in the mod, the Dream Bosses. Those are tougher versions of bosses, clearly inspired by Hollow Knight's Dream Fights, or at least that's my guess. There are 5 total, and the fights are significantly different from the regular ones. Priscilla's moveset, for example, is completely changed. She now has a homing attack that lingers and deals heavy damage, including bleed buildup if it hits you. She also has a massive side swipe that causes a whiteout effect. And of course, she has way more health. Still, the fight isn't too difficult, and when you win, you get 60,000 souls. That reward is fixed though, you can't increase it with things like the Ring of Starvation. Anyway, after beating her once, her statue gains a small candle icon at the base, and you can refight her as many times as you want, but you only get souls for the first victory. Oh, and I forgot to mention, King Jeremiah's armor set is still available after you kill him. You'll find it in the same spot on the bench right before returning to Anna Londo. On returning to Anna Londo, you still respawn at the chapel. And since the bonfire at Lord Gwyn's tomb is gone, I had to backtrack all the way to the Firekeeper bonfire. I wasn't about to risk over 300,000 souls. Unfortunately, that meant I had to kill another Royal Sentinel, but on the plus side, I realized I'd missed a chest nearby. Inside, I found a Demon Titanite. After killing another Sentinel, I made it to the bonfire and rested. I also repaired my gear, it had been a while. Then I spent some souls to level up. A couple points into Vitality and the rest into Strength. I was really happy with how the Great Scythe was performing, so I wanted to maximize its damage. At this point, my plan to make a pyromancy build was basically scrapped. I still intended to increase attunement a bit, but pyromancies were now going to be strictly secondary to the Great Scythe. After that, I returned to the rotating bridge and had to take out 2 more sentinels on the way. Once I crossed the bridge, I discovered the next bonfire. This location is way better than where it used to be. Makes much more sense to unlock the cathedral's main gate, since that creates a great shortcut to the boss fight area. Anyway, in front of the main gate, there were now 3 Silver Knights instead of 2 sentinels. Taking them out wasn't too bad. The Great Scythe is insanely effective against Silver Knights. The only real trouble comes from the spear-wielding ones. They managed to hit me quite often. There were some Batwing demons here too, but they went down in one hit, as long as I actually landed the blow. Near one of them, I also found a corpse holding the giant shield. After picking that up, I followed the standard route through the area. The Batwing demons were in their usual spots, but the Silver Knights had been repositioned. One of them was up here. Dodging his arrows wasn't too hard, but another one was supporting him from behind, so that part got a little annoying. Behind that Silver Knight, I picked up 5 humanities. The last one was waiting on the balcony right in front of the fog gate leading into the cathedral. In the hallway after the fog gate, there was a sentinel instead of the usual Silver Knight. After killing him, I entered the room where the bonfire used to be. Now it had a chest with 3 sunlight medals. In the room across from that, I found a spear-wielding Silver Knight and a mimic. The mimic dropped a Demon Titanite. Then I found another chest. For some reason I thought it was a mimic at first, but it wasn't, and inside was a Silver Knight straight sword. In the next room I found the new location of the bonfire and Solaire. His dialogue hadn't changed. After finishing our chat, I lit the bonfire, but didn't rest at it. Instead, I entered the hidden basement behind the fireplace. At the center of the room was another mimic. There were also the 4 chests that used to hold Havos armor set. I killed the mimic and got the Crackling Storm miracle, a new addition in this mod. The chests now contained Artorias' armor set. After grabbing that, I went outside and climbed the spiral staircase. A Silver Knight was waiting for me. Actually, there were 2. The other one was across the stairwell and kept shooting arrows at me. Kind of annoying, but not dangerous. I also occasionally run into Silver Knights using Dragon Tooth, but those are actually super easy to kill. I picked up the Holy Weapon miracle, another new one added by the mod. It will be interesting to see how much it actually heals. That's something I'll have to test later. Anyway, inside this next room, I found another spear-wielding Silver Knight guarding an itemized soul. After that, I went into this room and killed another Silver Knight. Before heading up to the rooftop, I doubled back to check if this door was still locked, and it was. Then I killed the Silver Knight here. Next to him was another mimic, and the Silver Knight on the spiral staircase made fighting it a real pain. But thanks to the great scythe, I managed to kill it before getting hit by the arrows. It dropped 5 gold coins. I'm not sure if they work the same way as in the base game. At least their description didn't seem to be changed. After that, I went up to the rooftop and killed the 3 Silver Knights there. Then I dropped down to where Siegmeyer used to be and still was. As usual, he needed help clearing out the Silver Knights in the room next to us. So I went in and took care of them, though the first one managed to hit me a couple of times. The other 2 were easy enough. When I told Siegmeyer they were gone, he gave me the life ring, which, as far as I can tell, is basically just the tiny being's ring. Then I went back to the rooftop and down the spiral staircase, where I finally killed that annoying Silver Knight. I kept heading down and reached this room, where I found Black Iron Tarkus. He was immediately hostile, so I had to kill him. It wasn't too hard, he is incredibly slow, even though he is tanky. When he died, he dropped his entire set, the Great Sword, the Black Iron Great Shield, and the full Black Iron armor set. In the room across from there, I found another mimic. This one dropped the symbol of avarice and a crystal halberd. Downstairs I found a couple more Silver Knights, and after killing them I looted the Silver Knight armor set from the chests, same as in the base game. After picking that up, I opened the shortcut to the bonfire, and then returned to the previous floor and went up the central staircase back to the main hall. The main hall looked pretty much the same as always. Still the 2 royal sentinels there. Solaire's summoning sign was also still present. However, one Silver Knight had been moved and he was now using the Dragon Tooth. After killing him, I went outside and found the Dragon Slayer Great Bow in its usual spot. Then I plunge attacked a Batwing demon, killed both of the Dragon Tooth wielding Silver Knights, and opened the shortcut to the cathedral's main gate. I also found the gleaming flint on a corpse near the stairs, as well as another sarcophagus. This one could actually be activated. It led to Darkroot Garden, specifically to the entrance near Andres Tower, which made it incredibly convenient. The only annoying thing is that every time I use it, I'll probably have to fight at least one Silver Knight, but that's not really a big deal. After that, I grabbed the Hulk Ring from the chest next to the giant blacksmith and got attacked by that Silver Knight I just mentioned. After killing him, I spoke to the giant blacksmith and got curious about how boss weapons work in this mod. Turns out it's a lot simpler. You only need the correct weapon type and the boss saw. You don't have to upgrade the base weapon at all, which is nice. Then I checked out his inventory and saw that he sells most upgrade materials, which was also a welcome surprise. Once I was done there, I headed back to the main hall and killed one of the royal sentinels so I could open the cathedral's main gate. Then I went back to the bonfire and rested. Unfortunately, even though I activated the sarcophagus, the bonfire wasn't kindled, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Anyway, I dumped all of my souls into strength and was finally ready to take on Ornstein and Smough. After clearing out all of the Silver Knights and both Royal Sentinels, I summoned Solaire. I wasn't sure if the Ornstein and Smough fight had been changed or made harder, so I went in fully buffed and with Solaire. That turned out to be a mistake. And by that I mean I completely annihilated them. I'm not even sure Solaire managed to land a hit before I destroyed Ornstein. The damage I was doing was insane, and it didn't seem like their fight had been changed at all. Smough was just as easy, though he did hit me once, but only because I missed a swipe. In the end, this was probably one of the easiest boss fights I've ever done. I got Smough's Soul, a humanity, a Sunlight Medal for bringing Solaire, and over 100,000 souls. After that, I lit the bonfire in front of Guinevere's chamber, and saw that there was now a Dream Boss summon sign there. Before trying it, I spent all of my souls to level up strength a bit more. I didn't kindle the bonfire, since I assumed it would just be Ornstein and Smough again. But I was completely wrong. This ended up being one of the most interesting modded boss fights I've ever seen. It was against Ornstein, Cioran and Go. And the twist is, I could only damage one of them at a time. As far as I could tell, the one you can damage switches randomly, but all three of them can still attack you the whole time. So yeah, it was actually a pretty tough fight. Luckily, they didn't have much HP, and aside from Go, they weren't doing a ton of damage. Still, by the end of the fight, I had burned through all my Estus Flask charges and several humanities. But it was a really fun fight. Felt like I was living Dark Souls history, facing off against 3 legendary characters like that. Just like the Dream Boss version of Priscilla, the reward was 60,000 souls. After the fight, I finally entered Guinevere's chamber. She was exactly the same.
Thou hast journeyed far and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child.
After speaking with her, I received the Lord Vessel, and that was it. I also joined her covenant and got the Ring of the Sun Princess. And that's all there was to it. After that, I went back to the sarcophagus near the giant blacksmith and used it to return to Darkroot Garden. Next up was the DLC. there weren't any surprises getting to the DLC entrance, and right next to the portal I found Dusk's armor set. After reaching Sanctuary Garden, I lit the bonfire and rested. Then I went into the Sanctuary Guardian boss fight. He's usually pretty easy, so I didn't bother buffing myself, but I couldn't have guessed what would actually happen. Even without buffs, the damage I was doing was ridiculous. I cut off his tail in one hit, and even when I messed up a dodge, he barely did any damage. So yeah, super easy fight. When he died, I got his soul and a humanity. After that, I entered the Ulasil Sanctuary and found two items close to each other, an Elizabeth's mushroom and a humanity. Then I lit the bonfire and put a couple of points into attunement. After that, I spoke with Elizabeth.
From what faraway age has but not intolerant?
I checked her inventory and bought the Cast Light sorcery, since I didn't have any other way to reveal the illusory walls in Ulasil Township. Then I went back to the bonfire and swapped some spells. I equipped Holy Weapon to test it out and slotted Cast Light as well. Next I entered the Royal Wood. This area was mostly the same as in vanilla. Most items and enemies were where I expected. The Treant Gardeners died in one hit, while the Stone Guardians took 4 or 5. First I went to the shortcut tower, and at the top I found a sarcophagus. I was glad to see that the sarcophagus travel system works in the DLC. It means I won't have to use the Dark Roots Basin entrance every time. The easiest way to deal with the Stone Guardians is to bait their attack, then hit them with a two-handed R2 and then roll away. This one even dropped the Stone Great Axe, though I didn't really need it. Oh, and there were also some frog rays scattered around the woods, but they're not much of a threat. I also found the Guardian Gauntlets behind the shortcut tower, and in the chest by the pond, the Black Flame sorcery. The rest of the Royal Wood went by pretty uneventfully, so I'll just list the items I found. First were the Guardian Leggings, then I easily killed a Crystal Lizard. Right after that, I dropped down and picked up the Guardian Helm. At that point, I realized I was still using the Rusted Iron Ring, so I swapped back to the Ring of Starvation. Then I tested Holy Weapon. Unfortunately, it wasn't that effective on the Great Size. Maybe it works better with faster weapons, but I doubt any weapon is fast enough to really make it worth using. Next I grabbed 8 of Go's Great Arrows. Near them was the last piece of the Guardian armor set. In a hidden spot where Elizabeth mushrooms used to be, I found the Ring of Ignorance. Being immune to damage sounds great, but I'm not sure how effective it really is. According to the wiki, there is a small window every few seconds where you don't take damage, but it sounds totally RNG, so I'm not sure it's worth a ring slot. Shortly after, I found a gold coin. Its location had changed, but it was still tied to the Treant Gardeners, and picking it up caused 3 of them to aggro on me. After that, I went up this cliff and grabbed an itemized soul. Near the Royal Wood exit, I found a couple of Elizabeth mushrooms on a corpse and killed a nearby Crystal Lizard on my second try. That was the last item I could find in the area, and I'm pretty sure I didn't miss anything. When I rode the elevator down, a dog attacked almost immediately. The Great Size is way better than the S-Dog for dealing with enemies like this, but it was still a bit annoying. After that, I picked up another itemized soul and stopped to take a look at Ulesiu Township from here. Didn't seem like anything had changed. Then I went to talk with Marvelous Chester. He was the same as always, but when I checked his inventory, there were a few new items that looked interesting, though none of them really worth buying. Then something strange happened. When I bid him goodbye, I got attacked by a dog. I'm not sure if it was triggered by him, or if the dog just saw me and took a while to show up, but I didn't see any dogs nearby, so yeah. I'd be curious to hear if any of you had that happen too. Anyway, after that, I activated the shortcut leading back to the entrance of the Royal Wood, then went to the Artorias boss folk gate. This time, even though I was confident, I wasn't going to underestimate him and cast Power Within. The cutscene was the same, but something in the boss fight itself had changed.
Stay away. Soon, I will be consumed by the dark.
Honestly, I'm not sure why this bit was ever cut. Those few lines of dialogue really help you understand his story better. Anyway, mechanically, the boss fight wasn't especially difficult. It played out more or less the same as usual.
There you are. All of you, forgive me, for I have failed you nothing.
After beating him, I got his soul and the Abyss Greatsword, as well as over 100,000 souls. I saw that the Ulesiu Township bonfire was still here, so I lit it and decided to kindle it as well, just in case the township had been made harder. I also swapped out Holy Weapon for Great Magic Weapon, then used the souls I'd collected to increase my attunement some more and attuned Wellak's Fury. Having two weapon buffs just made sense to me. After that, I went to check on Go to see if anything had changed, and found an itemized soul and a sarcophagus that could be activated. Turns out this sarcophagus leads to the Undead Parish, which was incredibly convenient. After returning to Ulesiu Township, I checked the door to Go, and it was still locked. Then I went back to the Hippodrome and discovered Ciaran. I spoke with her and chose to give her Artorias' soul.
The soul of the man who fell on this spot? Would you be willing to part with it? Thank you. You are very kind. Please take this. I no longer need it. May the Lord guide thee.
Then I returned to the bonfire and confirmed my assumption. The sarcophagi are linked to bonfires, and even without the rite of kindling, I now had access to 15 Estus Flask charges. Ulesiu Township itself was actually pretty fast and easy to get through. First I grabbed an itemized soul, then remembered to check the Abyss Greatsword's description. It looked interesting, had the occult auxiliary effect, but I don't really see how it could be better than the Great Scythe. Anyway, both the Ulesiu sorceresses and residents went down in one hit, so clearing them out was easy, especially satisfying when I killed two at once. I also found the Cast Light sorcery here, which made it kind of a waste that I'd bought it from Elizabeth earlier. I continued deeper into the township and found another itemized soul. Then I dropped down here to grab an Elizabeth's mushroom. Right after that, I entered the nearby building and killed more Ulesiu sorceresses and residents. At the bottom of the building, I found a couple of empty chests and a mimic. The mimic dropped the "I'm sorry" carving. I went outside through this door and found a chest. Inside was the poverty sorcery. Then I headed to the illusory wall and used cast light. Inside, I found a chest with the silver pendant. Its location hadn't changed in the mod. After that, I doubled back to the spot where a mimic used to be, but now it was just a regular chest with a titanite slab. I picked it up, ran across the wooden bridge, and got invaded by Marvelous Chester, same as in vanilla. Fortunately, I was able to stunlock him and kill him easily. He's one of the tougher invaders, so dealing with him that smoothly was nice. Then I continued deeper into the area and entered the large building near the end. I found an itemized soul here, and there was still a corpse hanging upstairs with an item. The enemies here were about the same, but their placements had been shifted slightly. After cutting the rope, I picked up a blue titanite slab from the corpse and moved up to the upper floors. Again, the enemies were mostly the same, but their repositioning made things a bit trickier. Behind the second illusory wall, I found a chest with the Weight of the Void sorcery. Then I jumped to the balcony and killed a sorceress and a resident, plus the mimic behind them. The mimic dropped the Dark Bead sorcery. Seeing that made me wonder where the crest key could be. Luckily, after dropping down onto this rooftop, I found it on a corpse. So that was sorted. Now that I had the crest key, I was basically done with Ulasil Township. Next, I activated the shortcut to the township entrance, then headed back down and found another Sanctuary Guardian behind a sorceress. I guess the rubbish I picked up on the ground there was meant to be bait, since a couple of residents tried to ambush me, but it didn't work, obviously. I also found a deformed bronze coin here. Then I triggered the fight with the Sanctuary Guardian. This one was actually way harder than the boss version. He was much more aggressive, but I still managed to kill him. Next to him, on a corpse, I found 3 abyssal vessels. That was also the last item I found in Ulasil Township. After that, I activated the elevator to the chasm cells. As in vanilla, a resident came up with it. At the bottom, near the chasm cells, I found a corroded flint, a sarcophagus and a bonfire. I lit the bonfire first, then used the sarcophagus to kindle it without wasting a humanity. This sarcophagus was linked to the one in the royal wood that I found right after entering it, so I guess it's kind of a pointless shortcut. Still, it did kindle the bonfire, so that's something. Anyway, next I leveled up Attunement again and slotted the Slumbering Flame Pyromancy. I wanted to test it out. Though at that point I had forgotten that I was still using an unupgraded Pyromancy Flame, so any testing was going to be completely pointless. Shortly after, I entered the Abyss and got a message saying the darkness was consuming my body. My health started draining pretty fast, and I also missed this crystal lizard, but didn't bother chasing it. This was my first time trying Slumbering Flame. I used it on one of the chained prisoners, and it did predictably awful damage. At the time, I thought that the spell itself was bad, and completely forgot that I needed to upgrade the Pyromancy Flame. Aside from the new chained prisoners, not much had changed with the enemies in the Abyss, but the item placements were definitely changed. About that health draining effect. At first, I assumed I just had to deal with it, like in the Demon Ruins, but the drain here was much stronger, so I tried to explore quickly, starting with freeing Sif. This part was unchanged from vanilla. First, I had to reach the shortcut to outside, then go through the illusory wall until I reached Sith, surrounded by humanities. The Great Scythe worked decently against the giant humanities, but later I realized that the one-handed R1 was even better. It had slightly more reach. After killing them all, Sith escaped and left behind the cleansing Great Shield. I started heading back to the shortcut and decided to try using the Covenant of Artorias ring. It actually stopped the health drain, so that was a really nice touch from the mod author. Kinda annoying to give up the Ring of Starvation, but most of the enemies here didn't give many souls anyway, mostly just humanities, so I wasn't losing much by switching rings. After that, I felt way more relaxed exploring the area. The only annoying part was this one chained prisoner, mostly because of the swarm of humanities around it. I still killed every humanity I came across. They had a decent drop chance for more humanities. Shortly after, I found the Suffocate Pyromancy. Then, on the way back up, I found the Help Me carving. After cutting through more humanities, I found a couple of abyssal vessels. Next, I dropped down here and picked up an itemized soul. Then I crossed the toppled column, and underneath it I found 4 humanities. Inside the first tunnel to the right, I found a white titanite slab. And right before Manas's boss fog gate, I picked up another itemized soul. For the fight with Manas, I decided to be greedy. I swapped out the Covenant of Artorias ring for the Ring of Starvation and activated Power Within, which meant my health was draining really fast. That's usually not a great idea, but I only had a little over 20,000 souls on me, so I didn't have much to lose. The Manas fight was the same as in vanilla. Besides Power Within, I also tried using Quelaag's Fury, but because my Pyromancy Flame wasn't upgraded, it barely did any damage. Either that or Manas is super resistant to fire, which is also possible. Anyway, the fight wasn't too bad overall, though he did start spamming his dark magic attacks at one point, which got annoying. Still, I got lucky a few times and managed to barely kill him. Didn't even have to use that many humanities, which was nice. When he died, I got his soul, the Pursuer's sorcery, 10 humanities and over 120,000 souls, thanks to the Ring of Starvation. After the fight, I swapped back to the Covenant of Artorias ring and rested at the bonfire. Just keep in mind, you can only use it once. If you rest there again, you'll be warped back to Firelink Shrine. And I didn't want that yet, because I still had a dream boss to fight. This one was also really cool. It started with Manas and Artorias fighting each other. I aggroed Artorias almost immediately, and he started targeting me, but it wasn't too hard to dodge and kill him. Manas, meanwhile, was super helpful. He just kept attacking Artorias and completely ignored me. I got lucky a couple of times and barely survived, but the rest of the fight played out like a repeat of the original Manas battle. It didn't take long to kill him, especially without the Abyss health drain this time. Though, to be honest, he did feel a bit more aggressive than usual. Anyway, I managed to beat him and got 60,000 souls for it. When I returned to Firelink Shrine, I had a quick chat with Siegmeyer. When I told him I was the one who opened Sense Fortress, he gave me the Emit Force miracle. Then I rested at the bonfire and dumped all of my souls into attunement. I still hadn't realized I needed to upgrade my pyromancy flame. I also slotted Suffocate, just to try it out. Then I used the sarcophagus in Undead Parish to return to Ulasil Township. After all, I still had Calamite to deal with. The method to trigger his boss fight is exactly the same as in Vanilla, so I'll just show you Goth's inventory real quick, then skip ahead to the Calamite fight. Before the fight, I did find an itemized soul here. Just like Manas, Calamite is mostly unchanged from Vanilla, though again, he felt a bit more aggressive, and it also seemed like I was doing less damage, but that might have been just because I still didn't have Sunlight Blade. Anyway, the fight took a while, but it wasn't especially difficult. When I killed him, I got another Ancient Blood, the Calamity Ring, which works the same as in Vanilla, the Searing Flux Pyromancy, and over 120,000 souls. In the boss arena, I found a few itemized souls. Then I returned to the Ulasil Township bonfire and dumped all of my souls into intelligence. It had still been a while before I realized I needed to upgrade my pyromancy flame. Then I went back to Go to grab his great bow. Next I visited Elizabeth, and she gave me 3 Elizabeth's mushrooms as a reward for saving Princess Dusk. After that, I returned to the Undead Parish, visited Andre, and gave him the dark ember I found in the painted world of Ariamis. While I was there, I also repaired my equipment and checked out the new ammo types he sells, thanks to all the flints I'd collected. After that, I returned to Fireling Shrine. The plan was to head down into New Londo ruins. It was finally time to fight the 4 kings. Exploring New Londo hadn't changed much. The upper section was still mostly filled with ghosts, though there were a lot more of them now. One thing I found kind of annoying is that the transient curse seems to wear off faster. Felt like it only lasted about a minute, though I didn't time it. Most of the changes in the upper section are related to item placements, but again, there are a lot more ghosts. Even though I was ridiculously overpowered at this point, it was still annoying to fight so many at once. After grabbing a Titanite chunk from the chest and going down the stairs, I found a transient curse on a corpse. The ghosts also drop transient curses pretty often, so running out isn't really a risk, but having it expire mid-fight is still irritating. To the left of the first fog gate, I picked up 2 more transient curses. Then I went through the gate and up the stairs, and saw an item off to the right. It's easy to reach with a jump, but make sure you lower the ladder first, or you'll be stuck either dying or using a homeward bone. Next I found an itemized soul here, and grabbed the Soul Stake sorcery from this spot. The fireplace room, of course, was packed with ghosts, and naturally, that was the moment my transient curse wore off. They're not hard to kill, but they still almost got me. I picked up the red sign soapstone here, then noticed I missed an item back in the fireplace room. It was just a single humanity. After climbing the ladder inside the fireplace, I spoke with Ingvard, who gave me the key to the seal, since I already had the Lord Vessel. I also saw he was selling the Ring of the Cursed. It wasn't expensive, so I bought it. just in case I ever run out of transient curses. After that, I jumped onto the rooftop and found a titanite chunk and a banshee there. Before releasing the seal, I explored a bit more and found the parrying dagger along with a strange NPC. I'm not sure who she's supposed to be. She was carrying a firekeeper, so maybe a hollowed firekeeper, if that's even possible. Then I found the jagged ghost blade on a corpse near the seal door. After releasing the seal, I took the elevator down and began exploring the lower New Londo ruins. Unlike the upper area, lower New Londo had been changed significantly. There was a bonfire here now, which, if that NPC we killed really was a firekeeper, means she wasn't tied to this bonfire. More importantly, I found a sarcophagus here and an itemized soul. Overall, there were quite a few more dark raids in the lower section, but no ghosts. I wasn't sure if this was like in vanilla, where ghosts only start appearing after you leave the area or rest. That's why I didn't rest or use the sarcophagus yet. I didn't want to fight ghosts on top of all the dark raids and vagrants. Speaking of vagrants, this was the first one I encountered. If you dodge their attacks, they're not too bad, but getting hit definitely hurts. Just past the first fog gate in this area, I found a humanity and a dark Estus flask. The dark Estus flask is, in my opinion, kind of overpowered. It consumes soft humanities to heal you, which effectively makes itemized humanities twice as valuable. You can use one to heal normally, and then immediately follow it up with a dark Estus heal, as long as you have soft humanity. For example, I could use it 26 times right now, which is absurd. I'm also pretty sure it scales with your normal Estus flask upgrades. If you lose all your soft humanities, sure, it becomes less useful, but it still feels overpowered. Next, I found a couple of green titanite shards. Then, going up this staircase, I found the very large ember in a chest, which made me extremely happy, since now I could take my great sight to plus 15. Outside that building, I found one of those Mass of Souls enemies. It nearly killed me, especially with a dark raid joining in. After that, I had to kill another dark raid and a vagrant, then found an itemized soul. Behind an illusory wall, there was another dark wraith guarding a chest with a titanite chunk inside. On top of this well, I found the Onyx Abyss Ring, a very important item and required for one of the new quest lines. The last item I found in Lower New Londo was an itemized soul guarded by a vagrant. I also checked if Beatrice's summoning sign was still there, and it was. Now that I had the Onyx Abyss Ring, instead of prepping for the Four Kings, I equipped it. When I did, my helm changed into the Dark Mask. And the next step was equipping the Abyss Greatsword. This weapon acts like the Covenant of Artorias ring, but since I didn't want to break my FAP ring, I used the sword instead. Because of that, when I approached the Four Kings, this happened. The delusive son is Gwendolyn. They tasked me with killing him and then teleported me back outside. Unfortunately, all the enemies had respawned and a dark race nearly killed me, but I managed to reach the sarcophagus and return to Fireling Shrine. After that, I went back to Andre, gave him the very large ember and upgraded my great sight to plus 15. I also upgraded my longbow to plus 10, since I was still using it occasionally. Now it was time to return to Anna Londo and fight Gwendolyn. I did forget to give the Firekeeper Soul to the Firekeeper at Firelink Shrine to reinforce my Estus Flask, but I'd be getting another one soon anyway. I tried out Ire of Flames next, still forgetting I hadn't upgraded my Pyromancy Flame. At the time, I thought the damage was low, but looking back, it's actually pretty impressive for an unupgraded Pyromancy Flame. Suffocate also did decent damage, though both spells are tricky to use. The first one has a long cast time, and the second requires the enemy to stay still. Next I reached the bonfire and decided to slot Searing Flux to test that one as well. By this point, I'd already figured out that testing pyromancies without an upgraded Pyromancy Flame wasn't doing me any favors. After that, I went down to Lord Gwyn's tomb, equipped the Dark Moon Seance Ring, and since I already had 10 Souvenirs of Reprisal, I joined the Dark Moon Blade Covenant to see what Gwendolyn would give me. Unfortunately, it was the same stuff as in Vanilla, so that was a bit disappointing. Still, I prepped for the boss fight and used Power Within, just in case something had changed. Turned out, it hadn't. Gwendolyn was the same as always. I killed him really quickly. Could have probably finished the fight before his first teleport with better luck. In any case, very easy fight. Probably didn't need Power Within at all. When he died, I got his soul and over 80,000 souls. Also, all of Anna Londo went dark, which normally only happens when Guinevere's illusion is killed, so that was interesting. Gwendolyn also has a dream boss fight, but before starting that, I checked the chests in the room. One had a dragon scale, another had the brass armor set, and a third, hidden one, had the Sunlight Blade miracle. That meant my original build was now complete. I'm not even sure if I'll be using Sunlight Blade, doesn't feel that necessary. Anyway, I started the dream boss fight. This one was pretty different, reminded me a lot of Fool's Idol from Demon's Souls. Gwendolyn spawns alongside several illusions. Even though they're fake, their attacks still hurt you. I'm not sure if you have to kill all the illusions before you can damage the real one, or if I just got unlucky and hit him last both times. Either way, their attacks are easy to avoid, and unlike Fool's Idol, there are no traps on the floor. So this was probably one of the easiest dream boss fights so far. At the end, I got 60,000 souls as usual. Now that Anna Londo had gone dark, I decided to check if anything else had changed. Sure enough, there was a gargoyle in place of a royal sentinel. After killing him, I went to visit the Firekeeper to take her soul. The fight was easy as usual, though locking onto her was a bit of a pain, probably due to the darkness.
If you ever get this far, I shall end your suffering here and now. It is the least that I can do.
But how? This man is a threat, Master Gwendolyn.
Next, I went inside the cathedral and found more changes. There was still a royal sentinel guarding the boss room, but now there were a couple of NPCs as well. I'm not sure who they're supposed to be, but they weren't tough to kill, and didn't drop anything, and weren't worth many souls either. After that, I killed the royal sentinel and fought another gargoyle inside the Ornstein and Smo's old boss room. He was the same as before, there was nothing new, and he didn't drop anything. Nothing else had changed in this room, so I headed up to Guinevere's chamber. It was the same, aside from the fact that Guinevere herself was, of course, just Gwendolyn's illusion, so she was gone. Since there was nothing else left to do, I returned to Fireling Shrine and finally asked Laurentius to upgrade my pyromancy flame. I got it all the way to plus 15. While I was there, I also bought all of Grigg's and Logan's sorceries. Then I went back down into New Londo and found that, as long as I had the Onyx Abyss Ring equipped, Dark Wraiths wouldn't attack me unless I got close to them. That made things easier. I also noticed I'd missed an item on my last visit, a couple of cracked red-eye orbs and a Dark Mask. The Dark Mask probably has the same effect as the Onyx Abyss Ring. Oh, and by the way, something I forgot to mention about the ring. While wearing it, your health slowly drains. It's not too bad, but it's something to keep in mind. The health drain stops when you hit 50%, so it won't kill you. An additional effect is that hitting enemies while wearing the ring gives you a few extra souls. Nothing worth writing home about, but still. More importantly, however, using an itemized humanity while wearing it gives you an extra soft humanity. Eventually, I made it down into the abyss and reported to the Four Kings that I had completed my mission. My reward was that the Onyx Abyss Ring was strengthened and I received the new Londo Reaver, the weapon they're wielding. The upgraded ring removes the health drain, adds 9% max HP, and makes me appear as if I'm wearing the full dark set, though that's just cosmetic, no stat changes. Also, on top of stealing souls with each hit, I now restore a bit of health too. Eventually, I made my way back to the Abyss, but this time I equipped the Covenant of Artorias ring instead of the Onyx Abyss ring, which triggered the Four Kings boss fight as usual. Unfortunately, I couldn't use Power Within, because I still had the Transient Curse effect active, but even so, the fight wasn't any harder than in vanilla. The only difference was that all four kings spawn at once, but the first two come at you one at a time and are pretty easy to kill. The last two aren't that bad either. You just need to stay close to them and dodge the occasional long-range attacks. When they died, I got the bequeathed Lord Soul Shard, 4 humanities, and over 60,000 souls. Unfortunately, I couldn't rest at the bonfire. Using it would send me straight back to Fireling Shrine. And I didn't want to do the things required to join Kat's Covenant, since that would lock me out of Framt. So I refused his offer and returned to Fireling Shrine. Since I had a good amount of souls, I went to Quellag's domain and visited Quellana to ascend my pyromancy flame and upgrade it to +5. That ended up costing more than I remembered, so I had to pop some of my itemized souls. Since I still had souls left over, I also bought Firestorm. Then I returned to Fireling Shrine and finally upgraded my Estus Flask with the 2 Firekeeper souls I'd been holding on to. After that, I figured it was time to place the Lord Vessel at the Fireling altar. I wanted to head into the catacombs next, and I wasn't planning on returning to Fireling Shrine until I had defeated Gravelord Nito, so I had to lower the barrier first. About this bonfire, I am assuming it's here in case you decide to side with Kat. Before heading into the catacombs, I went to Andre and asked him to turn my Estoc into a divine stock. At the time, I didn't really plan to use it, just wanted it in case I couldn't find the necromancers quickly enough and needed a backup against the reviving skeletons. Near the catacombs entrance, I found the first sarcophagus. At first, I wasn't sure what the point was, since it's so close to the start of the area, but it turns out it leads to the church in Anna Londo, which makes for very easy access to the painted world of Ariamis, and therefore the best farming spot in the game. So yeah, it's actually really useful. Near the first switch, I found a deformed bronze coin. Now, the catacombs themselves haven't really gotten harder, but I ran into some really annoying skeletons. I don't think they were changed mechanically, but in this run, they loved parrying me. They still didn't deal a ton of damage, but it was irritating. Near the halberd here, I found one of the new NPC types in this area. Actually, there are two kinds. This first one wasn't hostile, he was fighting skeletons. I assumed he was a cleric trying to cleanse the catacombs, which would make sense, considering Patches asked us if we were a cleric too. The other type is the hollowed clerics. Those are hostile. Anyway, I found a bonfire here, which was a great spot for one, since the previous one near the first switch was removed. Right next to it, I picked up an itemized saw. Then I used the switch to rotate the first bridge and decided to finally start using my divine stock. There were just too many skeletons getting revived by a necromancer I hadn't found yet. After crossing the bridge, I dropped down where the crystal lizards used to be and found the first of the hollow cleric NPCs. They're not too bad, and I don't think they can cast miracles. After that, I spotted a crystal lizard, got hit by the traps, but still managed to kill it. Then I finally found the necromancer that had been reviving all those skeletons, and I killed him with my divine stock. Next I climbed the ladder next to him and found another itemized saw. After that, I went back to the first bridge and dropped down over here, where I found another necromancer. There aren't that many more of them compared to vanilla, but their numbers have been increased. Behind the illusory wall, I found the Wrath of the Gods miracle, which was great. I no longer needed to buy it from Rhea. By the switch that rotates the second bridge, I found another bonfire. This one felt a little too close to the previous bonfire, but whatever. I went into the tunnel and dropped down to grab some lightning urns. Shortly after, I had to fight another hollow cleric, this time with a skeleton, and they nearly killed me. I noticed I missed an item nearby, but planned to return to it later. After using the switch, I climbed a spiral staircase and had to deal with a few more skeletons. In one of the rooms, I found 5 Eyes of Death, which would be perfect for upgrading the Gravelord Servant Covenant. I also found the Red Blossom Ring, which restores 2% of max HP every 5 seconds while equipped. Then I went back to the item I missed earlier. It turned out that it was the server. After that, I went back down the staircase and dropped into Vamus's workshop. The bonfire was still there, which was nice. I talked to Vamos a bit, but he didn't really have anything new or interesting to offer, so I left. The outdoor section was still full of bone wheels, but they weren't too hard to deal with, though a few did catch me by surprise. After killing all 7 of them, there was a necromancer I had to take care of. Instead of using my longbow, I decided to walk over and got jump-scared by a Black Knight. Alone, he wouldn't be a problem for my great sight, but with skeleton archers backing him up, he was a bit tricky. He was the second to last Black Knight I needed for their quest. After that, I killed a few more skeletons, then dropped down to grab an itemized soul and kill another necromancer. This one dropped a skull lantern. Not sure if it's guaranteed or I just got lucky. Then I climbed some ladders and reached the room full of sarcophagi, where I ran into another hollow cleric who nearly killed me. Honestly, I was just being reckless. The catacombs weren't more difficult than usual. I was just overconfident and careless. The Titanite demon was still here, so I used Searing Flux on him to test it out. The damage wasn't bad, but nothing amazing either. And that was with a fully upgraded Pyromancy Flame. My great size was more than enough to finish him off. Then I used this sarcophagus to teleport to the Tomb of the Giants. That room hadn't changed much, and neither had the rewards for joining and ranking up in the Covenant. After that, I stepped outside, killed a couple of skeletons, and found another itemized soul. I was nearly done with the area, but first I wanted to check the sarcophagus that normally holds the Dark Moon Seance ring. Had to kill more skeletons than usual, but the only thing I found there was a white titanite chunk. I kept climbing until I found the final necromancer, and right next to him was the red tearstone ring. Didn't seem like it had been changed from vanilla. That was it. All I had left to do was drop down to summon Paladin Leroy, though I didn't think I'd need him for this boss. There was also another item here, the Elite Knight armor set and an itemized soul. I headed towards the fog gate to start the boss fight, but then I found another sarcophagus. I assembled the skeleton and gave him a deformed bronze coin, but the teleport function didn't work. I assumed that was because I hadn't defeated Pinwheel yet, so I'd have to come back later. My overconfidence nearly got me killed here. Pinwheel himself hadn't changed, but now there were a couple of bone wheels in the arena too. Thankfully, Paladin Leroy killed one of them, and the other one barely didn't finish me off. So my catacombs run ended the same way it started, with me getting really lucky and somehow not dying. After killing Pinwheel, I got the Rite of Kindling, a Humanity, a Homeward Bone, the Mask of the Mother, and over 30,000 souls. Then I left the boss arena and was immediately ambushed by another Pinwheel. This one standing on a ledge above the giant sarcophagus. He wasn't hard to kill with my upgraded longbow, but he was definitely a jump scare. After that, I followed the tunnel leading back to the catacombs, picked up an itemized soul, and went back to the sarcophagus, which turned out to lead to Undead Burg, specifically the first bonfire in the upper Undead Burg. Not a terrible connection, since it's near Fireling Shrine, but I'm not sure why it wasn't just placed in Fireling Shrine to begin with. Anyway, I returned to the Tomb of the Giants and started properly exploring it. I've said it before in other videos, but I think this is one of the most annoying areas in all of Dark Souls. In the Daughters of Ash mod, they actually made this area bright, which was a great change. Here though, the lighting is still awful, and if anything, it's even more frustrating. It's not that much harder overall, but there are a few more giant skeleton archers placed in spots that make getting around without getting shot at basically impossible. It probably would have been smart to use the Ring of Fog, which I didn't do. Instead, I equipped the Onyx Abyss Ring at one point, because I was out of Estus Flask charges and didn't want to respawn all the enemies I'd already killed. My idea was that I'd regain health by hitting enemies, and using a humanity would give me 2 soft humanities. What I didn't realize at the time was that using a humanity while wearing the ring only heals you up to half HP. So yeah, it would have been way better to just use the Ring of Fog. One area that was actually made easier was this giant sarcophagus. It now only had a couple of pinwheels and giant skeletons, plus one of those new NPCs carrying an effigy shield, probably a remnant of the Occult Rebellion. Next to the giant skeleton dog thing, I picked up the large divine ember. Then I headed outside and lit the bonfire, still in its original location. After that, I climbed the ladder and talked to Patches. He's the same as always. Just tell him you're not a cleric, and he'll push you into the pit like usual. Down there, I found an itemized soul and a skull lantern. Then I went to check if Rhea was still around, and she was. This time though, there was also a pinwheel with her 2 companions. She still asked us to kill them, which I did. Though I took a beating trying to go for the pinwheel first. In hindsight, I should have lured the hollows away first and dealt with them separately. The fight wasn't too bad though. Nearby, I also found the red-blue Tearstone ring, a new ring that boosts both attack and defense, but lowers your HP. Then I talked to Rhea, and she gave me the replenishment miracle. Then I headed up the path towards that item and had to fight another one of those new NPCs. The item turned out to be another itemized soul, and picking it up triggered a bone tower ambush, just like in vanilla. Then I went to the ladder that leads out of the pit. I expected bone towers, but there was also one of those giant dog skeletons. Other than that, there wasn't much else there, and I soon made it back to Patches, who gave me a twin humanities after I told him I didn't forgive him.
You and me, we're... For heaven's sake, you're still alive?
Next, I continued down and killed another giant skeleton archer and a giant dog skeleton on my way to the first fog gate. After going through it, there was still the usual dog skeleton, but now there was also a bone tower. And instead of a giant skeleton archer, there was a pinwheel I had to watch out for. The item next to the pinwheel was a deformed bronze coin. Before going to kill that pinwheel, I used a humanity, and that's when I found out you can't fully heal while wearing the Onyx Abyss ring. So I placed the Dark Estus flask in a quick use slot and started using that, since my regular Estus flask was empty. Near that pinwheel, there was also a dog skeleton and an itemized soul. Then I went towards where the effigy shield is and ran into the last Black Knight. It was tricky fighting him on this ledge, but the one-handed R1 of the Great Sight gave me way more reach than he had, so I took him down pretty quickly. Then I found the effigy shield in its original spot, and after that I doubled back and went to where the covetous Silver Serpent ring used to be. Instead of the ring, I found the blood shield, but I still got ambushed by bone towers. Thankfully, I was nearly done with this area. When I checked where the second bonfire used to be, I found the time distortion miracle. This is one of the new miracles, and it looks really interesting. I can't wait to try it out. Only downside, it requires 35 faith. After that, I had to kill 3 more dog skeletons before reaching another itemized soul. And shortly after, I went down a ladder and found the second bonfire. This also marked the end of the dark area, which is why I chose to rest there. No more worrying about respawning enemies. I continued towards Gravelord Nito and had to fight a giant skeleton and one of those new NPCs, who was also using a great scythe. When I killed him, I was invaded by Paladin Leroy. As usual, killing him wasn't hard. He dropped a couple of humanities, his gear, and over 20,000 souls. Now, I've been complaining about how annoying this area is, but in this mod, you can skip the entire thing by going to Ash Lake first and activating the sarcophagus there. So, in that sense, the mod's actually better than vanilla. Anyway, I got annoyed that I couldn't kill this crystal lizard the first time, so I save quit and took care of it. The rest of the path to Nito's boss room was basically the same as vanilla. At the entrance to the cave, there was still a skeleton archer, but instead of the second skeleton, I had to fight a pinwheel. Right after entering the cave, I found another sarcophagus. This one led to Firelink Shrine. I guess it's there in case you didn't go to Ash Lake first. Since I was back at Firelink Shrine anyway, I rested at the bonfire and kindled it a few times to max out at 20 Estus Flask charges. Then I returned to the Tomb of the Giants and kept exploring. This cave is mostly unchanged from vanilla, still filled with pinwheels, but I think there are fewer baby skeletons. I found a few itemized souls here, and one of the pinwheels dropped a mask of the child, though I'm pretty sure that's just random. More importantly, I found the Death's Feast miracle, one of the new miracles in this mod, and its description makes it sound really cool. The last item I picked up here was a white titanite slab in its original location. Then I tried killing a few baby skeletons just to see if they still dropped humanities, but even after several kills I didn't get any. Not sure if I was just unlucky or if they don't drop them anymore. After that I started the boss fight and used Power Within against Nito. He was still pretty tough, and of course I had to deal with his skeletons first, but I didn't bother switching to my Divine S-Stock, which in hindsight probably would have helped. My plan was to stay close and burst him down quickly, but staying near him builds up toxic, so you've got to watch out for that too. Other than that, the fight wasn't too bad, mostly because of how much damage I was doing. After he died, I got his Lord Soul, a humanity, and over 120,000 souls. Aside from that, I also picked up the Paladin armor set in its usual spot. Then I used the bonfire there to warp back to Firelink Shrine. I leveled up my intelligence to 30 and saved the rest of my souls for when I'd visit Rhea, since I still wanted to buy all her miracles. Before heading to her, I went to check on Patches. He was his usual self, so I didn't buy anything from him.
How many of you are? You've come. I'm done with the loot and wondrous. There you are. I'll relax.
Then I headed to the Undead Parish and bought all of Rhea's miracles, which actually didn't cost as much as I expected.
And be safe.
After that, it was time to complete one of this mod's new quest lines. I had to offer all 8 Black Knight souls I'd collected to this altar. Unfortunately, it had to be done one at a time, so it took a while. Once I was done, I received a Titanite slab and the Ember of Valor. The Ember of Valor works like a homeward bone, but with infinite uses, kind of like the Aged Feather from Dark Souls 2. After that, I went to the bonfire above Andre and started leveling up my faith. Then I headed to Darkroot Garden and used the sarcophagus to return to Enel Londo, since the next area I wanted to explore was the Duke's Archives. Now that Enel Londo had gone dark, there were fewer enemies than before, but the gargoyles seem to respawn now, so keep that in mind. Anyway, I reached the entrance to the Duke's archives and noticed that the armored boar was gone, and so was the bonfire. Instead, I found a crystal sword and a sarcophagus. This one was linked to Sen's fortress, specifically the one just after the first guillotine bridge. It's in kind of an awkward spot, but still faster than running here from the Enel Londo Cathedral. There were quite a few changes in the Duke's archives, not just to item placement, but also the enemy variety, which I actually really liked. For example, there are now multiple Silver Knights in various locations. Also, this crystal golem no longer drops the broken pendant, which makes sense of course, since we already found it in Darkroot Garden. Anyway, in this chest over here, I found a couple of dragon scales. Then I cleared the crystal soldiers and Silver Knight in this section and found the bonfire had been moved. It's now under the staircase. After that, I took out the rest of the crystal soldiers and killed the channeler, who is now positioned by the elevator. Before taking the elevator, I found a Twin Humanities on the balcony, guarded by a couple of crystal soldiers. Nearby, I also found a chest with a few Twinkling Titanites, again guarded by crystal soldiers. Then I rode the elevator all the way up to face Seath. Had to kill a Silver Knight first, and there was still a crystal lizard halfway up the staircase that I killed. Shortly after that, I reached the boss fog gate, but forgot to equip my Ring of Sacrifice. Thankfully, this first Seath encounter was changed. He doesn't kill us anymore, which is a really nice improvement. Progress through the prison tower was mostly the same. Item and enemy placement had changed a bit, but structurally it was the same. I killed a couple of man-serpents, and after dealing with some of the Pisakas, I reached this cell, opened it, killed a couple of rats inside, and then dropped down onto a giant clam. There was also a crystal soldier nearby. Inside the cell, I also found an itemized soul. Then I kept descending, killing more Pisakas, until I got to the bottom of the tower. One of the serpent mages came down the ladder for some reason, but I took care of him, well, not that easily. Behind the giant gears at the center, I found another item, the Archive Prison Extra Key. Now that I had it, I went back to the bonfire cell and used it to open that locked door. Afterwards, I dropped down and picked up the Channeler's Trident, then dropped down a couple more times to reach the balcony with the alarm system. I killed the two man-serpents there, shut off the alarm, and opened the chest nearby, which had the Archive Tower giant door key. Then I went down the ladder and killed the passive Pisakas, who dropped Bountiful Sunlight and Soothing Sunlight, just like in vanilla. After that, I had a quick chat with Logan, but he didn't say anything unusual. Then I climbed all the way back up to the exit of the Archive Tower, so I could explore its final section. I dropped onto this ledge and found the Maiden Set and the White Seance Ring. As I was leaving the tower, I noticed some cells with enemies in them, but I couldn't see a way to reach them, and I don't remember if they were even there in vanilla. After that, I exited the tower and killed the Silver Knight guarding the exit. Next to him was a Crystal Soldier, and a bit further ahead was a Serpent Mage. Their spells were the same as the ones from Sen's Fortress. Shortly after, I was invaded by a new NPC, one of the reasons I really enjoyed the changes in the Duke's archives. This NPC invades 4 times in total, dropping a piece of the crystalline armor set and a bunch of souls each time. More importantly, these invasions really made the exploration feel more dynamic. After killing the first channeler in this part of the archives, I went back to the other section and started exploring it. On the top floor, I had to kill a silver knight, a crystallized archer, and a serpent mage that dropped down from somewhere, I'm still not sure where. Right after that, I got invaded by Griziao again. When I killed him, he dropped another piece of the crystalline armor set. Then I had to kill the final crystallized archer in the area. Right after that, on the same floor, I found several moonlight globes. Then I used the rotating staircase and explored the rest of this section of the archives, but I couldn't find anything else, so I went back to the second section. On the floor where the second channeler was, I found a chest with the channeler's armor set inside. After picking it up, I checked the other side of that floor and found another chest with a ring of sacrifice. Then I rotated that staircase too, and remembered I still needed to grab the chest on top of the bookcase in the other section. So I went there, rotated the staircase again, and opened the chest. Inside, I found a blue titanite slab. After that, I went back to the second section. On the floor below the rotating staircase, I found another chest. This one had a blue titanite chunk. Then I went back up to the staircase, used it again, and went into the hidden room. There is a serpent mage placed here, but he always falls and dies, so you don't have to worry about him. Once I reached the bottom of the ladder, I put the lever to move the bookcase and get access to the second section again. When I went to check the room where Logan appears after being freed, I got invaded by Griziao again. He kept trying to parry my attacks, but never succeeded. Not sure if that's scripted or if I just got lucky. Besides that, I also found a mimic in the room. After killing it, it dropped the enchanted falchion. There was also a regular chest with 3 twinkling titanites. After grabbing those, I lowered the staircase and went down. There was only a single crystallized soldier here and another chest. This one had a crystal shield. But I still hadn't found the key to Logan's cell, so I went back down to the ground floor of the second section and started exploring it too. On the balcony, I found a bonfire, same place as in Vanilla, and just below the nearby staircase, I finally found the key to Logan's cell. After grabbing it, I used the Ember of Valor to return to the bonfire in my former cell and save some time. I made my way back to Logan, but noticed I missed a chest nearby. Inside was the crystal ember. Then I killed all the Pisakas, opened Logan's cell and freed him. I also picked up the item inside, which turned out to be a firekeeper soul. After that, I went back to the hidden room behind the bookcase and talked to Logan again. My plan was to buy all of his sorceries. I already had enough souls, and it looked like he didn't sell that many in this mod, so it didn't cost much to buy everything. After wrapping up this phase of Logan's quest, I went down the stairs and through the fog gate. The area around the crystal cave was mostly the same. The golden crystal golem imprisoning Sieglinde was still there, along with a bunch of regular crystal golems. Item placement was different though. The first item I found was tucked in a corner. It was the strong magic shield. Then I killed the golden crystal golem and freed Sieglinde.
It was you who rescued me. Why, thank you.
After that, I found another sarcophagus. This one connects to Darkroot Garden, specifically the bridge leading to Sif's arena. The last item I found outside the crystal cave was the fragile crystal ring. Equipping it increases weapon damage by 25%, but it lowers durability. Not sure exactly how much it reduces it by, so it might be worth using. Inside the crystal cave, enemies were mostly the same: crystal golems and moonlight butterflies. Item placements were changed, of course. First I found a crystal greatsword, and soon after I found a mimic. Killing it dropped a crystal longsword, and right next to that was another sarcophagus, this one linked to Firelink Shrine. After that I entered the Crystal Lizard Cave and killed as many as I could, but didn't bother chasing all of them. At the end of the long invisible path I found a blue titanite slab, and in front of the final golden golem in the cave I picked up a couple of blue titanite chunks. From there I continued on as usual until I reached the giant clams. That's when I got the fourth and final invasion from Grisio. He dropped the last piece of the crystalline armor set. After picking it up, I headed to a corner of the area, and after killing one of the giant clams, I found several moonlight globes. Then I cleared out the rest of the clams before heading into the boss room. The Seath fight was mostly the same, except this time there were friendly Pisakas in the room. They started attacking Seath, which unfortunately meant he didn't move toward me, so there was no point in waiting before breaking the crystal. On the plus side, while he was distracted, I was able to sneak around his tentacles and start going for his tail. He did hit me once, but it didn't do much damage. Eventually, I cut off the tail and got the Moonlight Greatsword. A little disappointing. I was expecting something else, or at least something in addition to the Moonlight Greatsword. After that, a few more hits was all it took to kill him, and that got me the bequeathed Lord Soul Shard. I was expecting to also receive Ancient Blood, but for some reason I didn't. Anyway, the bonfire here warps you back to Firelink Shrine, so I used the chance to raise my faith a bit more. But then I returned to Logan to continue his quest.
Who are you? Stay clear, curses upon you. How dare you
I went back to the room where Seath caught and imprisoned me and fought Logan. He kept backing away, clearly realizing I was way stronger, but it didn't help him. When he died, I got White Dragon Breath and the Tin Crystallization Catalyst and his big hat. Inside the chest in the center of the room, I found the large magic ember, just like in vanilla. After that, I picked up an itemized soul on the second floor of that room. Then I went back to where Logan used to sit, safe quit, and opened the chest with the rest of his armor set and his old catalyst. With that done, I returned to Firelink Shrine and got ready for the final stretch. By that, I mean I used the Firekeeper soul from Logan's cell to reinforce my Estus flask. Next up was the Demon Ruins. I used the sarcophagus at Sense Fortress to teleport there. First, I wanted to find Zigmeyer to continue his quest. He was in his usual spot.
Excuse me, you see, I've made it this far. By my knife.
For giving him a purple moss clump, he rewarded me with the Pierce Shield. After that, I went back to Engi and bought the key to Izalith, since I wanted the happy ending to Solaire's quest line. Then I decided to get the Egghead status and see if Engi would give me anything different. He didn't. Still the same Poisoned Mist and Toxic Mist pyromancies as in vanilla. Then I returned to the Demon Ruins and started clearing out the Taurus demons. The only item I found here was the large Flame Ember. and it wasn't even in the lava, so I didn't need Flash Sweat or the orange chart ring. After that, I kept exploring as usual. Most enemies were the same, and even Knight Kirk's invasion happened in the usual spot. This time he dropped the barbed straight sword. The rockworms turned out to be the toughest enemy here, mostly because they're pretty resistant to my great size. I could have used a weapon buff to make it easier, but I didn't. That said, when I say they're resistant, I just mean I can't one-shot them. It takes about 4 or 5 hits. Behind the staircase I found a couple of green titanite shards, and at the end of the path, after killing several rockworms, I found a chest with the Chaos Flame Ember. After that, I doubled back. To the left of the Demon Fire Sage's fog gate, I found a bonfire. To the right, a red titanite chunk. Then, after heading up the stairs and to the left of the fog gate, I found the Soulfire ring. This ring adds 50 magic and 50 fire damage to your right-hand weapon, but halves the number of souls you receive. So yeah, I don't think it's really worth it. Before dropping down to open the shortcuts to Lost Isolith, I picked up an itemized soul, and right after that, the chaotic flint. Then I opened the shortcut to Lost Isolith and killed all the chaos bugs until I found the one with the sunlight maggot. I also caught a nearby crystal lizard. Then I went back to the boss fog gate and used Power Within, and started the Demon Fire Sage fight. As expected, it was extremely easy. Just a few hits with the Great Sight and he went down. He dropped the Demon's Catalyst, a humanity, and over 40,000 souls. Then I kept climbing the staircase and found the Old Witch's ring here, so I decided to visit Quelag's sister after opening the shortcut to her. I'd actually never used the Old Witch's ring before to hear what she says.
Quelag, my dear sister. Quelag, what is it? Quelag, my dear sister. The eggs, it hurts. They've gone still. I am afraid it may be too late. I am so sorry, dear sister. I'll be fine. I have you, dear sister. But promise me that you will take care of yourself.
Obviously, that ring belonged to Quelag. After that, I went back down, and in the tunnel near the Centipede Demon's fog gate, behind some branches, I found a red titanite chunk. Solair's summon sign was also there, so I used it, then buffed up and started the Centipede Demon boss fight. This boss fight is a bit different from vanilla. The orange chart ring isn't dropped by the boss. You can actually pick it up right away and equip it, which lets you fight in the lava and makes the fight way less annoying. However, I didn't equip the orange chart ring, since I wanted to use the Ring of Starvation to get double the souls for the kill. What I didn't realize was that I was still wearing the Old Witch's ring, so I did all of that for nothing. Still, the fight wasn't all that difficult. The Centipede's demon was a bit annoying at first, but after I managed to cut off its tentacle, I guess I should call it, the fight got much easier, although Solaire didn't help much. Anyway, I killed it and got a humanity, a homeward bone, and a sunlight medal since Solaire survived. After that, I entered the cave and found that both Solaire and the bonfire were still there.
After all this searching.
After talking to him and resting at the bonfire, I started exploring Lost Isolith the way I usually do. First thing I noticed was that there was now an item over there. It turned out to be an itemized saw. Then I noticed there were no more dragon butts in the area. After killing the Capra demon, I found another itemized saw here. Then after dealing with a Taurus demon, I went into this building and found a Batwing demon and a chest. Inside the chest I found another itemized saw. Then I killed a couple of Capra demons and went through the illusory wall to enter the second building and light the bonfire. After that I went up this route to reach the second floor of the same building and found a sarcophagus there. This one was connected to the Valley of Drakes. Next to the sarcophagus I found another itemized saw. Then I dropped down and continued exploring Lost Isles. This part of the area had changed pretty significantly. First, I killed a Batwing demon, then picked up the Black Knight leggings. I would eventually find the full set, along with 5 friendly Black Knights roaming the area, killing demons. It kind of reminded me of Eliam Lois from Dark Souls 2. Anyway, the Black Knights aren't super effective, so you can't really rely on them, but it's a fun little gimmick. After picking up the Black Knight gauntlets, I found the Bursting Fire pyromancy nearby, and the second Black Knight. After killing a Chaos Eater, I found a Divine Blessing inside this building, and right after that a bonfire and the third friendly Black Knight. Right after that I found the Black Knight armor chest piece, and immediately after that the Black Knight halberd, guarded by a Batwing demon. Near the entrance to the underground, where Sigmire is, I found the final piece of the Black Knight armor set, the helmet. But before heading down, I decided to go meet Solaire one last time. Before I could do that, I had to kill a Titanite demon, and this one took a while. I probably should have buffed my weapon, but I didn't. So I burned through quite a few Estus Flask charges. Eventually he went down and dropped a couple of demon Titanites and a decent chunk of souls. Then I finally reached Solaire.
Oh, my dearest, my son.
After that I returned to the underground entrance, used my longbow to kill all but one of the Chaos Eaters, talked with Sigmire until he jumped into the pit, and then killed the rest of the Chaos Eaters down there. Afterwards, I spoke to him again and progressed his quest line. Then I started exploring the underground area. First I found a red Titanite chunk, and inside the chest that normally holds a red Titanite slab in vanilla, there was still a red Titanite slab. Lastly, near a Chaos Eater, I found another red Titanite chunk. But just as I was about to leave the underground area, I saw a stone demon attacking Sigmire, so I decided to save him, since he looked like he was about to die. After safe quitting, I dropped into the pit again and killed the stone demon. Because I safe quit, it looked like the Black Knights had reset to their original positions, but I didn't want to waste time waking them all up again. Instead, I headed to the last place I hadn't explored yet in Lost Islet. As usual, I got invaded by Knight Kirk. The one Black Knight I had woken up was fighting him and was actually doing okay. But I decided to help, and together we killed Kirk. This time he dropped the spiked shield. After that, I went back to the chest I'd seen earlier, opened it and found the Chaos Fire Whip pyromancy. Then I returned to the sarcophagus, assembled the skeleton, and found out it was connected to Fireling's shrine. The last thing I had to do in Lost Islet was the Bed of Chaos boss fight. In this mod, the fight is completely redone, and a lot more fun than the original. Now, aside from the Bed of Chaos itself, which is out in the open, there are a couple of pyromancers guarding it. Only one Black Knight was fighting one of them, but I assume if I had woken up the others, they would have joined. Instead, I had to deal with the second Pyromancer on my own, and unfortunately, they're invulnerable, so I had to dodge their attacks while hitting the Bed of Chaos. The fight still isn't particularly difficult, but it's definitely more enjoyable than vanilla. After I killed the Bed of Chaos, both Pyromancers died as well. I got the Lord Soul, a humanity, and over 120,000 souls. And where the Bed of Chaos used to be, I found the Meltdown Pyromancy, another new one in this mod. After that, I used the bonfire to return to Firelink Shrine. I was basically done, but I still wanted to finish Sigmaier's questline and visit Quelana to see what she'd give me for killing the Bed of Chaos.
Don't worry, that's just the way it goes hollow.
I used the sarcophagus at Sense Fortress to warp to Blighttown and went straight to Quelana.
Outstanding. Thank you.
She gave me Fire Tempest. Then I ran to the entrance of the Great Hollow and used the sarcophagus there to teleport straight to Ashley. That reminded me, I still hadn't checked what the Ancient Dragonbloods do. Weird thing is, when I tried offering Ancient Dragonblood to the Everlasting Dragon, it said I could offer 14, but I only had 4. So I offered 10 anyway, since that's usually what it takes to rank up a Covenant. It worked, I did level it up, but I didn't get any rewards, and couldn't offer the 4 I was supposed to have afterwards. Not sure if that's intentional or some kind of bug. In any case, I left the Everlasting Dragon and went to the other Ash Lake bonfire, where Sigmaier and Sieglinde were. I talked to Sieglinde, and she gave me the full Katarina armor set and a Titanite slab. And that was it. Nothing else left to do. So I returned to Firelink Shrine, leveled up my intelligence a bit more, and asked Framt to take me to the Firelink altar. There I filled the Lord Vessel with the souls I'd gathered and entered the Kiln of the First Flame. There were still Black Knights to kill, but their placement was roughly the same as in vanilla. On the way to Gwyn's boss room, I found an item, specifically an itemized soul, a divine blessing, a pendant, and a humanity. After that, I reached Solaire's summoning sign and summoned him. Then I started the fight with Gwyn. I chose not to use Power Within. I figured Solaire would be enough. No extra help needed. And I was right. The fight was the same as in vanilla, so it didn't take long to kill Gwyn. And after that, something interesting happened.
I waited for him. Become the true Blood Lord.
Oscar's dialogue actually changes depending on whether you sided with Framt or Kat. Unfortunately, he wasn't much of a fight. When I beat him, I got Gwyn's soul and a Sunlight Medal, since Solaire survived. After that, I was left with the 2 endings. I chose to link the fire. This doesn't immediately start New Game Plus. Once the cutscene ends, you get sent back to Firelink Shrine. I also received the Ticking Trinket. Using this starts a new cycle. But there was one last thing I needed to do before that. The final dream boss fight. As you'd expect, it's against Gwyn. You started by going to the statue behind Framt. This boss fight is different. It's actually 4 fights, one after another. The first takes place on the rooftop of the Anna Londo Cathedral. Gwyn has less health than usual, and the fight is mostly the same, though a Silver Knight helps him. The second fight is in New Londo Ruins, and this one's pretty different. After dealing a certain amount of damage, a vagrant appears. Until you kill it, Gwyn becomes invulnerable. Occasionally a ghost will appear too, but they're slow and easy to ignore. This is probably the hardest of the 4 fights, but once you understand the gimmick, it's not too bad. The third fight is in the Bed of Chaos arena. This is where you probably want to use Power Within. It's a hectic fight. A Black Knight and a Taurus Demon are fighting each other, while Gwyn attacks the Bed of Chaos. I assumed I wasn't supposed to let Gwyn kill it, so I went all in and killed him quickly. In this version, Gwyn has way more health than before, but as long as you're careful, it's not too bad. The final fight is back in the Kiln of the First Flame. This one is pretty similar to the regular Gwyn fight, but his moves are slightly different. At certain points, a heat wave radiates from the bonfire in the center. I didn't get hit by it, so I'm not sure how much damage it does, but I assume it hurts. Other than that, this is probably one of the easier fights. After killing him for the 4th time, I got 200,000 souls and a Titanite slab. Oh, and something I forgot to mention is that you can only start this fight after defeating the previous 4 dream bosses. Anyway, when I got back to Firelink Shrine, I raised my intelligence to 38 and started a new cycle. I'd read there were some changes in New Game Plus, and I also wanted to try out the new miracles, pyromancies and sorceries from this mod on the bosses. My plan was basically to do a boss rush. I started with the Asylum Demon and used the Bouncing Soul Orb, which turned out to be surprisingly powerful. I mean, yeah, it's just the Asylum Demon, but right after I killed him, the floor collapsed and I had to fight the Stray Demon, and the Bouncing Soul Orb worked pretty well on him too. After I ran out of Bouncing Soul Orb casts, I switched to Soul Stake, but honestly, I couldn't figure out how it worked. I think it's like a proximity mine, similar to Slumbering Flame, but I wasn't sure. So I tried the Poverty Sorcery instead. Its damage was solid, but it burned through a ton of souls, so I can't really recommend it. After that, I buffed my weapon with Festering Weapon, though I'm pretty sure it didn't actually do anything. Still, I didn't have any other sorceries to try. Unfortunately, I didn't get anything different for killing the Stray Demon. Before leaving the asylum, I decided to see if trading rubbish with Snuggly would give me anything new. But nope, still just a Titanite chunk. Next up was the Taurus Demon. The only real difference on the way was that there was now a Baronite Knight here. At first, the fight didn't seem much different, aside from the missing ladder to the top of the tower. The NPC was still there, and for some reason kept spamming Emit Force. I missed with Weight of the Void, so I tried Bursting Fire instead, and its damage was insane. Even the Taurus Demon, who had a new type of attack, went down quickly. Bursting Fire might honestly be one of the best boss spells. It casts fast and hits hard. Unfortunately, the Taurus Demon still didn't drop anything new, but I wasn't really expecting him to. After that, I picked up Great Lightning Spear and Sunlight Spear from the Altar of Sunlight, and then continued through the Undead Parish until I reached Lautrec and freed him. Next were the Bell Gargoyles. I started with the Ire of Flames Pyromancy. Its damage was pretty good, but the cast time was too slow to be practical for most bosses. Still, if you know the boss patterns, it's usable, since it has a big AoE. I finished the fight with Meltdown, which does less damage, but it casts much faster, so it's easier to land. When they died, I got the Bloodbite +1 ring, which is just a stronger version of the standard one. After that, I rang the first Bell of Awakening, opened the shortcuts to Lower Undead Burg, and started leveling up my faith. The Lower Undead Burg was exactly the same, so I won't go over it. The Capra Demon fight was also nearly unchanged, except now he has the same fiery explosion effect on his swings as the Taurus Demon. I actually forgot I was supposed to be testing sorceries and just fought him normally. When he died, he still only dropped the key to the depths. I wasn't planning on going there yet though, so instead I opened the shortcut back to Firelink Shrine. And when I got there, I discovered that the Firekeeper was dead, which shouldn't have been possible. I hadn't even been to Blighttown yet. Then I noticed that the gate to Sense Fortress was already open. I'm not sure why the mod changed this, but it was a bit annoying. Anyway, I moved on towards the Moonlight Butterfly. Before fighting her, I stopped by to chat with Oscar a bit. At first, the fight with the Moonlight Butterfly seemed unchanged in New Game Plus, so I went and killed the Stone Giant. Then I tried using Searing Flux against her. It was surprisingly effective, but I couldn't quite finish her off. Her attacks were the same, just buffed. I ended the fight with Crackling Storm, and when she died, I got the Moonlight Cascade sorcery. This one only drops in New Game Plus. Since I got the Crest of Artorias from the Butterfly, I figured I'd fight Sif next, which also meant freeing Princess Dusk. I started the Sif fight with Crackling Storm, then switched to Death's Feast, but it barely did any damage for some reason. Next I tried Time Distortion, and it turned out to be insanely strong against bosses. The slowdown doesn't last long, but during it you can deal a ton of damage, especially with heavy weapons. After Sif, I went after the Hydra and then entered the DLC. I tried Time Distortion on the Hydra too, but it didn't work. Her heads were still moving at full speed. Also, on the way there, I noticed the giant cats that were passive in my last run were now hostile in New Game Plus, so I had to deal with them. Anyway, After killing the Hydra, I grabbed the broken pendant and entered the DLC. There I spent all my accumulated souls on Faith. 45 should be enough to use all the miracles in the mod. Then I started the Sanctuary Guardian fight. I was really enjoying time distortion, so I used it again. And just like with Sith, it worked wonders. Weight of the Void was a bit disappointing though. Crackling Storm, on the other hand, almost killed the Guardian by itself, and I finished it off with my Great Scythe. By the way, a bit of a spoiler, but none of the DLC bosses get their movesets changed in New Game Plus. They just had increased health. After that, I sprinted through the Royal Wood and reached Artorias. As expected, time distortion made the fight trivial. 3 casts were enough to DPS him down, and the miracle has a fast cast time, which helps a lot. It also works while he's buffing. After that, I killed Sierran for the first time, just to see what the fight was like. Time distortion worked well on her too, but I was surprised by how much health she had.
How? You humans, my dear part.
Still, I got her full armor set at the end. Next I went for Calamite, since I knew the bonfire would return me to Fireling Shrine after I killed Manus, and I didn't want to come back here again. I mostly relied on time distortion again, but this time 3 casts weren't enough. Calamite just had too much HP, and a lot of his attacks involve flying away, so it was hard to keep DPSing him. I got him to about half health before running out of time distortions. If I had buffed my weapon beforehand, I might have killed him during the slowdown. Still, the miracle helped a lot. Oh, and when I said the DLC bosses hadn't changed in New Game Plus, I meant in terms of movesets. Calamite, for example, dropped the Black Dragon's Tempest Pyromancy. Anyway, the final DLC boss was Manus. I started with Power Within, but then I realized I couldn't use Time Distortion. At first I thought Manus was immune, but I later figured out that Time Distortion is a self-buff, and since Power Within was already active, I couldn't use another one. Which I guess is fair. I could have gone for a weapon buff instead. Combining that with time distortion would have let me shred Manus. Anyway, when he died, he dropped Dark Hail, one of his signature sorceries. After that, I moved on to Sense Fortress and aimed for Enel Londo. First I had to kill the Iron Golem. I think it was around this point I realized why time distortion didn't work after Power Within. But obviously, that didn't really matter against the Iron Golem. After killing him, I tried using the Ring of Light to go to Enel Londo, but it didn't work. Turns out that even though Sense Fortress's gates were open, you still need to ring both Bells of Awakening. So what was the point of the gates being open? In any case, I went to ring the second bell. To reach Quelag, I used the back entrance through New Londo and the Valley of Drakes. Killing Quelag wasn't hard. She didn't have any new moves in this cycle, and even when her sister showed up to help, it didn't really change anything. She didn't drop anything new either. After that, I went back through Sense Fortress and finally made it to Enel Londo. After killing the gargoyle, I reached the bonfire and spent my accumulated souls on endurance. Next up was Gwyndolin. I wanted to try time distortion on him too. My theory was that it gave me enough time to kill him before he teleported. To maximize my chances, I also used Sunlight Blade. Since time distortion is a self-buff, I thought I didn't need to target him, but it turns out you actually do need to be locked on. Once I did manage to cast it properly though, it worked beautifully. Gwyndolin dropped the Moonlight Soul Mass sorcery. To reach Ornstein and Smough, I had to go through the cathedral. Most of it was unchanged, except the rooftop, which was a nightmare. There was a gargoyle up there, and I got invaded by a pretty strong NPC. Honestly, it was tougher than most boss fights. I did eventually kill them all, but it was rough. To be fair, I could have just run past them. Anyway, I made it to the Great Hall in front of the Fog Gate, and the Black Eye Orb started to quiver, so Lautrec's invasion point hadn't changed. After invading, I was placed behind a friendly Royal Sentinel. I could have just lured the trio to him, and he probably would have taken care of them, or at least been a good distraction. But instead, I tried Dark Hail, not realizing how short the range was. So I switched to Moonlight Cascade, which ended up being super effective. Once Lautrec died, I just hid behind a column until I was sent back. After that, I got the usual rewards for killing him. Then, after opening the main gates, I went to start the Ornstein and Smough fight, only to find myself facing Voracious Executioner Smough. This fight only happens if you've killed Gwyndolin beforehand. It's basically the same as Giant Smough, so killing Gwyndolin actually makes the fight easier than facing both of them. Moonlight Soul Mass turned out to be incredibly powerful here. Combined with Moonlight Cascade, it made short work of Smough. After that, I went into Guinevere's chamber, and unsurprisingly, only found the Lord Vessel. Then I decided to visit Priscilla. I didn't feel like going through the entire painted world, so I just used the Dragon Legs glitch. She was a bit harder to stagger in New Game Plus, but once I did, I hit her with Time Distortion, followed by Dark Hail, and finished her with Moonlight Soul Mass. That combo was insanely strong. When she died, she dropped the Fairy Dust sorcery. After that, I went straight to New London Ruins and started the Four Kings fight. I was planning to use the boss sorceries I'd gathered so far, and most of them worked really well, especially Moonlight Soul Mass. If you lined it up correctly, you could pierce multiple kings with one cast and deal massive damage. Fairy Dust also did solid damage, but Dark Hail was the standout. It seems especially strong against large enemies. Anyway, after I killed them, I got the King's Wrath sorcery, but it seems like it might be bugged. Or maybe there's some kind of hidden requirement I'm not aware of, because no matter what I did, I couldn't get it to work. After placing the Lord Vessel at the Firelink altar, I headed down to the catacombs. The only difference I noticed in this cycle was a Titanite demon, whose AI seemed to be bugged for some reason. The pinwheel fight was mostly the same. Moonlight Cascade was pretty effective here, there is a good chance one of the rays will hit a bone wheel, so you don't have to deal with them separately. Other than that, Pinwheel didn't stand a chance. My Dark Hail completely missed him, unfortunately, and since King's Wrath wouldn't work, I couldn't finish him off with Fairy Dust either, so I just had to hit him once with my Greatsight. When he died, he dropped the Gravelord's Flame miracle. After that, I went through the Tomb of the Giants. The only new thing I found this cycle was an invasion when I picked up the Time Distortion miracle. This invader wasn't nearly as tough as the one in Anor Londo, or more accurately, there weren't any distractions nearby. He was also pretty easy to backstab. More importantly, when he died, he dropped the Chloranthy Ring +1. After that, I went straight to Great Lord Nito and unloaded all my spells on him. Dark Hail especially shredded half his HP. Unfortunately, Moonlight Cascades didn't do nearly as much, but it was still enough to finish him off with Moonlight Soul Mass. I had to use a few casts though. Nito didn't drop anything else, just his Lord Soul. Next I went into the Duke's Archives. This area was unchanged from last cycle, so the trip through the Crystal Cave and the Seath fight was pretty uneventful. In that fight I tried out Gravelord's Flame. The damage was decent, but it didn't really impress me. The fight itself was weird. I just stood next to his crystal lump and healed now and then. In the end, I finished him off with Dark Hail and a couple of Moonlight Cascades. When he died, I got the Crystalline Outburst sorcery. Finally, it was time for the last areas. First, the Demon Ruins. I started with the Ceaseless Discharge. The fight was the same as usual. When he died, he dropped Chaos Combustion, a new pyromancy. But instead of continuing deeper, I went back to Quelana. In New Game Plus, she sells the Endless Fireball pyromancy. After that, I went through the Demon Ruins as normal. Nothing changed until I got to the Demon Fire Sage's boss room, but he wasn't there. I assumed it was a bug at first, but when I got to the Centipede Demons arena, I found out that wasn't the case. Instead of the Centipede Demon, I had to fight 2 Demon Fire Sages. And don't think that just because one of them is easy, fighting 2 at once is going to be manageable. This is probably the hardest boss fight in the entire mod. The only real way to win is to let them damage each other. So I grabbed the orange Shard Ring, equipped it immediately, and just ran around the arena until one of them died. After that, finishing the second one wasn't too bad, but their attacks have insane range, so it's nearly impossible to attack one without getting hit by the other. Luckily, this fight is completely optional. I could have just bought the shortcut to Lost Izalith and skipped the whole thing. But I really wanted to see if they dropped anything new, maybe a pyromancy or something. Unfortunately, they didn't. All I got was a humanity and a homeward bone. Anyway, the last fight here was the Bed of Chaos. At first I thought this would be another easy repeat like last cycle. I woke up 3 Black Knights, which I thought would buy me enough time to try some new spells. But it turns out the pyromancers guarding the Bed of Chaos are significantly buffed in New Game Plus, and they wiped out the Black Knights pretty quickly. Also, the Bed of Chaos is completely immune to fire damage, as expected to be fair, and my other sorceries weren't strong enough to finish it. So I had to resort to just running in, hitting it with my weapon a couple of times, then running away from the pyromancers, going back in, hitting it again, and running away again. It took a while, but it wasn't hard, just tedious. Finally, it was time for Gwyn. I wasn't expecting to get anything from him, but I wanted to try a couple of pyromancies I couldn't use during the Bed of Chaos fight. First I tested Chaos Combustion. The start of the fight is the best time to cast it, but it did 0 damage. I thought maybe Gwyn was immune to fire too, but Endless Fireball worked, which means Chaos Combustion is probably just bugged. So I switched back to the Great Scythe, since all my other sorceries took too long to cast. After that, it was time to fight Oscar. I gave Chaos Combustion one last shot, waiting in front of the fog gate before casting it, but again, it did no damage. So I switched back to the Great Scythe and finished him off. After that, I linked the fire and got sent back to Fireling Shrine. And that was it for the mod. I don't think I missed anything major, so I'll share my closing thoughts. Overall, I liked it. It's definitely less ambitious than Daughters of Ash, but it's still a really fun mod that changes just enough to make the game feel fresh again. I'd say the most significant addition was the sarcophagus transport system. I was skeptical at first, but it really grew on me. It actually made it fun to plan out which sarcophagus I needed to take to get where I wanted to go. The dream bosses were also a fantastic addition. I would have loved to see more of them, and maybe some better rewards tied to them, since just getting souls isn't all that exciting. The shuffled items were fine. Their new locations mostly made sense, and the enemy changes were okay too. Overall, I'd say the mod is slightly harder than vanilla, but if you've already beaten the game once, the difficulty feels just right. Well, that's about all I wanted to say about this mod. If this video helped you out, I'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and leave a comment down below.